Hi, I'm Narendra Kumar. I'm a senior data architect with 12 years in IT. I have done all these certifications as well. And this video, I have kept it beginner friendly so that even if you do not know C of Claude or Code, you will still be able to understand everything, do all the hands-on. And by the end of this video, you will become an expert in Claude Code. And here we will start with some ABCD of Claude. Then we will understand what all interfaces we can use for Claude Code, like Claude Desktop, VS Code extension, Claude CLI. After we understand the core concepts here, then we will understand how we can extend its capabilities using MCP servers, skills, plugins, and hooks. And after we understand this part as well, then towards the end, we will build an end to end full stack project where we will see happening that we create some tasks in JIRA. Claude will understand those tasks, complete everything for us, and directly create a pull request in GitHub, all using a single line of prompt that we will give to Claude. So by the end of this video, you will become an expert in Claude Code and you will be able to work in any project with all the best practices that are used in the industry. I have uploaded all the important files, commands, and other documents in GitHub. I will also be sharing this presentation link as well. And to help you further, I have also prepared a detailed PDF document that we can use as a developer guide whenever we are working on development or even preparing for any interview. So the links for all these is available in the description. I hope you are already excited. So without any delay, let's get started. Let's start by understanding what exactly is Claude Code. So Claude Code, it is an AI agent that understands your code base and helps you build, modify, test and manage entire software using natural language. So putting it in simple terms, it's an AI agent that understands our complete requirement and it can help us from writing new code and new features to making any modification, then testing and even deployment. So end to end, whatever we do related to software development, it can do all those tasks for us. And now let's understand some of the core features of Claude Code. So one is about understanding your project. So it can read our entire code base. So in a code we have so many files. Sometimes even humans they cannot understand each and everything, but it can understand our entire code base. And apart from code, it also can understand our complete architecture, the dependency across the entire code base. And then it can also answer project specific questions and make project specific decisions as well. And then the core piece or where it started is about writing and modifying code. So it can create new features from scratch. It can refactor existing code and it can fix any bugs automatically as well. And the next feature is about running development tasks. So apart from just understanding and writing code, it can execute everything as well. It can execute terminal commands, it can run tests, it can even deploy our entire code and even test everything. And uh, beyond coding also it can do so much more, like we can extend its capability and connect to external systems like GitHub, Jira, databases, all those things we can do. And we can automate complex development workflows as well. So all these things we will understand more when we will go to the demo and do these ourselves. So, in a single line, if we have to summarize, so think of Claude Code as an AI software engineer that is working alongside you. It is not just an AI code autocomplete tool. It is like a helper engineer for you who can do anything for you. You just need to guide it what exactly needs to be done. And now let's understand like how come Claude Code became so famous and when exactly did it start and at what time everybody started using it. So that is what I call it as rise of Claude Code. So it started in September 2024. It was an insider project in Anthropic. So in Anthropic, there was this engineer like Boris Cherny. He started this Claude Code as an internal project to help with the development related stuff. Then in February 2025, it was like released for research preview mode, so that researchers they can start using it. And it was released as the first CLI based coding agent, so that people can do research around it and understand what exactly is possible with this. And then in May 2025, that is when it became general availability. So what it means is that this time it was open for entire world to be used. And it was initially released with Claude 4 model families. And then in September 2025, that is what they call it as V 2.0. So they are they expanded the ecosystem apart from CLI. They released the VS Code extension. They introduced concepts like checkpointing, and then it became more mature ecosystem with hook skills, background tasks, SDKs, and all. So this was a, I would say, major release after the initial general version. And with this major release, it was very easy to use, especially with the VS Code extension and all the other features. So the capabilities those increased a lot apart from just using a CLI based tool. And then came November 2025. So this is called as the inflection point in the cloud history. So this is when they released this model, Opus 4.5. So the earlier models that were being used with Claude Code, those were efficient, but this Opus 4.5 it took that to a very new level. With this model release, we got the real code understanding capabilities and writing the code more efficiently, so that when everybody was using it, they were amazed to see what it can do. So this was the real inflection point where everybody they decided that yes, this is a game changer, and it is very helpful, and everybody started using this. And then in January 2026, they released Cowork that shook the entire markets across entire world. So with Cowork, we can do so many things automatically and with minimum effort without much background of coding. So it was no more about coding. So with Cowork, we can automate so many things. So that is what was released in January 2026. And by May 2026, so it has been adopted by uh, so many people across the globe that it has become the de facto standard of the AI agents. Everybody started following the standards of Claude Code. Even other companies who wanted to build their coding agent, they started to follow Claude Code, and everybody they started using it. They realized it is the most helpful thing in their development life cycle, and people started seeing its value. And the main point it is towards its adoption. So because everybody started using it, so that is why it became more and more famous, and it has now become the core standard how an AI agent shall work. And then other companies also they released their coding agents in the similar formats. So by May of 2026, the revenue run rate it rose to 2.5 billion, which was more than doubling since the even start of 2026. So even in 5 months their revenue rate doubled, which proved how entire world is using Claude Code now. So we can see that in just over a year, Claude Code it evolved from an internal side project into the most influential AI coding platform. So that is the rise of Claude Code, and we can see how fast it became very famous. And it happened because everybody started using it, and they realized what value is coming out of it, and it was helping every developer in their day-to-day tasks. So now, as we know about rise of Claude Code, let's understand what others are there in the market and where they stand. So Anthropic, they are the first one to build this kind of product, and then others are also building similar. It was I would say natural outcome. It had to be there in the market by some company, but Anthropic were the first one to build it in such a level that it was very useful and helpful for everybody. So they are the market leaders. Then OpenAI, who is the natural competitor of Anthropic, so they have also released Codex CLI. So this is also a coding agent from their side. Google, they also have released Gemini CLI, which is also very similar to Claude Code and Codex CLI. And Google, they have also also built and released their own IDE like VS Code. They created a fork or kind of a copy of VS Code, and they have built their own coding IDE, which is called as Anti-Gravity. And then there is this Cursor AI also by Anysphere company, which is also very famous when it comes to AI based coding agents. So we can see here that AI coding landscape, it is evolving very rapidly. Multiple companies, they are building different agentic development tools. So Anthropic, they started it, but now everybody is trying to catch up. And I would say, like, if we are doing some core basic tasks, then I have tried also like Codex CLI and Gemini CLI. They can also do a lot many things similar to Claude Code. Cursor also can do lot of things now. So I would say now it is a competitive mode that everybody is in. But Claude, because it is already adapted by everybody, it is still leading. And this is the standard that everybody is following. So now, as we know the core details and hope you are excited that how powerful it is, then next let's understand how we can use that power. So now let's see what are the different ways how we can access and use Claude Code. So Claude, it comes up with different options of accessing. So the easiest one now, this is called as Claude Desktop. This is like best for getting started. This is like a simple like web page kind of application that we can install in Windows and Mac, and within that application itself we can write the code and do our core development tasks without opening any IDE or going through CLI. So this is a like a software of Anthropic that they have released called as Claude Desktop. The other option is IDE integration. So it is like a extension that we can install along with the IDE, like integrated development environment, that are famous or that are used by developers across the world. So two of the very famous one are VS Code and IntelliJ. I am familiar with VS Code, and this is the one we will also use in this video. And with IDE integration, we can directly work with our favorite IDE. There itself we can edit, review and debug code without leaving the editor. And as people are already familiar with these IDE, it seems very seamless to use this Claude Code there. And the next option, that is CLI. So I would say this is the core and most powerful way of using Claude Code. So this is where Claude started. They released first as a CLI tool. CLI means like using command lines. We can use this entire Claude Code. So this is for power users. So whatever things, generic things we can do using IDE extension, but if we need to use more power, like using MCP servers or doing some advanced stuff, then we use CLI. And CLI, it provide the complete agentic development experience. This is the, I would say, heart of Claude Code. So whatever other things are there internally, they use this CLI tool to do that stuff. They are kind of interfaces, but this is the core interface that is used for Claude Code and do everything whatever is there. And this one, it can work with any repository and any tech stack. This is ideal for automation, scripting, and any advanced workflow that we want to build. And then the fourth way of using Claude Code is via SDK. So SDK, it is like a software development kit that we get. So this is like something Node to, let's say, help us like with some coding and that kind of stuff. It is like if we want to build our own application that can like build code and related activities, and at the backend if we want to use Claude Code. So whatever Claude Code is actually doing, we want to, let's say, build a good application and wrapper around it and then let's say sell it or serve it or customize it in our own way, then we go for this SDK. So this is powerful if we want to build our own applications and integrate Claude Code itself rather than building some code with it. Then we go for SDK. So these are the four options that are there. So we can see it is one coding agent with multiple ways to work with. And just to summarize which one we shall use when, right? So if let's say we are very new, we just want to try out what exactly is Claude Code, we can use Claude Desktop. It is very easy to use and beginner friendly. But for real code deployment, we have these two options. So for developing any new code or doing any core coding related activities, we either use the IDE integration, we install an extension in VS Code, and we also use CLI whenever needed. So using extensions, we can't do everything. We need to be familiar with both these ways. And in this video, we are going to cover all these three options: Cloud Desktop, integration, and CLI. SDK, it is something very advanced and it is not about like using Cloud Code feature. It is mainly about building something that can use Cloud Code at the backend. So it is a different tech stack or different way of using that. This is not very famous. So now, without any delay, let's get started with Cloud Desktop and do our first interaction with Cloud Code. So to get started with Cloud, what we need to do is first of all we need to visit official Cloud website, which is Claude.ai, and here we can talk to a Cloud for free. Various Cloud models are available here, and then we need to go here and click on Upgrade Plan. And if we click on this upgrade plan, we will see three options initially. There is a free option, then there is Pro, and then there is Max. So currently I'm already using Pro, so it is not showing the free option for me. But from free, we need to go to Pro and Max. So Pro is the one we have to buy and use to use Cloud Code with the, this is like the minimum plan that we need to use. So Claude basically they don't provide this Claude code as free. So there is no trial version or something. So don't spend your time exploring like how we can use Claude code for free because they don't provide any free version. So to use that we need to buy this Pro plan. So we shall go ahead and buy this and then only we will be able to use it. And they have a monthly and annual plan as well, so you can go for monthly plan, and at least for 1 month I will say go ahead, buy it, and then do this exercise and try it out. It is very well worth it spending our effort, and also the money that we will spend here, that will be very useful in this case. So go ahead, buy this plan, and then use Claude with whatever maximum capabilities are there. And there are some like ways where we can use it, like some other models we can use for free with some limitations and all, but with that we will not get the complete functionality. And if we are not using the Cloud own model right at the backend, then we won't get the real experience or a good code. So that can make our impression bad about Cloud, that Cloud is not good. But that is why let's buy this Pro plan, let's use this or even just try out, so that you try out the real thing and then only you realize what is the power behind it. And once you have this Pro plan, then we can go back from here, and then we can go to this get apps and extensions. So if we click here, we will see that there is entire ecosystem of Claude. It is not only about Claude Code. Claude Code is just a part of entire Claude ecosystem. So first let's understand what exactly is this ecosystem and what all comes with this Claude and the Pro plan. So here it is an overview of the entire Claude ecosystem. So when we say Claude, note the Claude code. So Claude, it is an integrated AI platform for chat, coding, creativity, productivity, and whatever enterprise development that we want to do. And at the heart of it, of everything, these are the foundation models which are powering every Claude experience, whatever query we are running, whether we are asking it to do anything, whether we are chatting with it, whether we are asking it to develop code for us, whatever we are building. So at the backend, there are these foundation models which are working for us. So there are different families of models in Claude. So first one is Haiku. So it is the fastest and most efficient. If you want to do something quickly, something easy, we shall use Haiku. Then Sonnet, it is a balanced model, which is like a default workhorse. So whatever things we normally do on a daily basis, so this is the default model that we use. It is a balance of speed and power. And Opus, this is like the powerful model. So it has like lot of power. It takes more time, but it provides better output, and it will definitely use more tokens. We will understand what is tokens later on. So this is like, I would say, the most powerful model that we can use with a pro plan. And then there is this Fable, which is a top tier model. It is not even, we can't even access with the pro plan. We need to buy separate credits to use this model. This is like a very high and powerful model that is out there. But this is something like we don't need for the normal coding work or daily life cycle that we need. So these are the three models that we will be able to use. And when we say these are the foundation models, so what exactly it means is that, like the scientists at the Claude company, they have trained some AI models, and after training, they have deployed these models on the data centers which are there across the world. And so these models, they are currently running on those data centers. The GPUs and CPUs, those are there in that their data centers. So that is where these models are running. That is where they will keep running. They won't really run on our system if we are using them. So they will still be running there itself. And then to interact with those models or to do something with those models, there are different experiences or different ways to connect with those models. And that is what they call it as a experience and developer platform. So to use these models, there are different ways. So one is the Claude.ai website, which we just saw. Then there is a mobile application also that we can install and use Claude and do lot of stuff there. There is a Claude design, using which we can do front end design and other like design related stuff. We have like extensions for browser and MS Office. So there we can use to do something very specific to, let's say, email or PowerPoint. There also it has lot of capabilities. So these are consumer and productivity. So these are something that is not specific to, let's say, code development. These are general features that anybody can use. And then there is developer specific features. So that is where Claude Code comes into picture. So Claude Code, as we already discussed, it is the agentic coding agent that can write, test, and ship any code that we want to write. Claude Cowork is there that we were talking about. It is kind of a AI teammate for knowledge work and collaboration. So we can do lot of stuff, a lot of automation with Cowork. And then there is Claude API and SDK. So we can use these models into our code directly and do something with it using APIs and SDKs. So these are all the core different experiences or different ways we can use Claude. And apart from the different functionalities that comes within Claude, we can extend all these capabilities using different ways like MCP, skills, connectors, schedules. So all these things we will discuss later when we will go to the demo part. What exactly are these and what we can do? But it is like we can do lot more stuff with adding more extensions, more skills, more servers, so that we can do like a lot more what a Claude itself or what these models themselves can do. So now I hope you understand this entire ecosystem. And with our pro plan that we just bought, so we can use all these interfaces. So go ahead, try out each and everything. It will help you in one or other way. And Claude Code is the one that we will be focusing now. So with that understanding of the ecosystem, if we come back here, So here we can see that it has extensions for Microsoft Office. This is the Claude design we were talking about, extension for Chrome. Then Claude Code, we can install it in different ways like a terminal, VS Code, a desktop app and all. And then this is the Claude desktop that I was talking about. We get a good desktop application. This is about the mobile application. So we will get started with this one. So let me download this one. So it has been downloaded. Setup is very small. So let me go ahead and run it. And now it is downloading more files first, then it will install it. So now setup is complete. It is asking for my camera permission. So this one I will deny. I don't want to use the camera, and I will accept the cookies and then get started. So we need to start by logging in using the account. So I will use the same account that I used while buying the Pro plan. Now it is again asking for permission, so I will allow it. Now I will open Claude. So now I am back in the Claude desktop application. So this is a dedicated application that is coming up with the Claude. And if we see here, there are two sections here. So on home, we get this option where we can talk with Claude. We can ask it anything. For example, let's say, what can Claude Code do? So here we get these options like we want to use cowork or it use it as a chat. Here we get all the different models that we were talking about. Default one is Sonnet 5. And here we can chat and ask it anything that we want. So this one it is like a any chat interface which can take our question, do something and then provide the output. But this is not why we are here. We are here for the code part. So that is where we get this option here apart from home, the code option. And this is where we can use Claude Code through this Windows application. And this application, the official name they call it as the Claude Desktop. So this is Claude Desktop, like which has this chatting option and the coding option both. So we get this as a single application that we can install and do everything. So this is where we can ask it to write the first code for us. So here we will start with something simple. Let's ask it to create a maybe classic snake game. So let's say create a classic snake game with good visuals that I can uh, play with arrow keys. So this is what I am asking it to do. Let's see what it has to say. And as once I press enter, it is asking me to choose a folder because whatever code it will write, it need a folder to write that. And that folder it will ask automatically, or we can choose it from here as well from this select folder option. So I will go to any of the drive and there I will create a new folder maybe. Let's say Claude test. And then I will create another folder here, maybe snake game. So this is the folder I am providing. And now it is saying, do we trust this workspace? Yes, we trust it. And then I will press this enter key again. So now it has started doing its stuff. It is saying that it is an empty directory. I will build a single HTML, CSS, JS snake game with these things. So here you will notice that we did not provide it any tech stack like you have to build it in Python or React JS, whatever. It is deciding automatically based on our environment. And here we can see it has created the game and now it has like its inbuilt browser that it has opened on the right side. And currently it is trying to test the game like automatically without even asking. So here we can see it is doing some testing whether it is going to the wall. Is it game over or not? So it is doing all that testing. So for now, I will stop it because I don't want it to test each and everything and wait until then. But we can see that using just a single line, it has created this game And not only like just creating, it is even testing it automatically, checking the result, and then it is thinking what to do next. And now, if we go to the directory that we had specified while creating the game, we can see that it is a single HTML file that it has created. So simply, if I double click here, I see this that the game has been launched. And let's try if it is working. So on click of start, we can see the snake is moving. I just pressed the down key, now the left, now down again. So yes, it picked up the fruit. It is showing the score as well, and let's see if it is going towards the wall. Yes, once it is hitting the wall, the game is over now. So we can see the game is like working fine. This is a basic, I would say, implementation, but given that we gave it a single line, we asking it to build a game for us, it has built it everything, like the functionality of game. It had the internal knowledge, like what is a classic snake game, what are its rules, how user can play it with arrow keys. So all that thing we did not have to specify, it was able to come up automatically. And the look and feel also, you can see it is something not very basic. This is a good like visual application as well. Directly like we can like maybe do some more testing and then directly even deploy it. It is still a playable game. So that is the power of Claude Code, that using a single line it is able to build the entire software for us. So this is how like we can use this Claude desktop application to write and build software. But I would say like here we get these core functionalities that are there, that we can ask anything through this chat interface. Folder is created on a separate location that we can go and check it out. But I would say like at some point we will hit some limitations that we can't do here, that we can do in a IDE or through CLI. So this is, I would say, it is this desktop application, it is evolving with time, getting better and better. But the best way to use Claude Code, it is through VS Code extension and the CLI. The most powerful is the CLI. So that is what we will be using going forward in this video. So next, let's go ahead and see how we can set up VS Code along with Claude Code. So now I'm in my Visual Studio Code. So this I have already installed. So even if you are new to this, you can simply search in Google Visual Studio Code download or setup. Then it will provide a download link that we can simply download and install. So after installation, this is the kind of first screen that we will get here. And to use Claude Code, we need to go to this extension part. So this Visual Studio Code, it is a Microsoft product which they have open sourced. So this is something we can use it for free. And this is what is called as IDE, Integrated Development Environment. So this one is very famous. Almost all the developers are familiar with it. And to use the Claude Code with this VS Code, we need to install the extension for it. So this is the icon for extension. If we go here and search for Claude, so the first extension that we get here, it is the Claude Code for VS Code. It is by Anthropic, so it is official one, and it has like 21.4 million downloads. So it is very famous. So this is the one we are going to install now. So once it is installed, then on the right side, this is where we get this icon of Claude Code. So once we click it, it will open this kind of a chat box. And this is where we can use Claude Code. So now this left pen, I can close it now. And I'm clicking on these files here. Currently, I have not selected any folder. So first of all, let me select a folder. There we will write any code or whatever files we will use. So let's open any blank folder there. So I will go here, go to the same folder. I will create a new folder here. Let's say I can name it as VS Code try. This is the folder I'm selecting. So currently this folder is blank. And on the right side, so this is something like I would say specific to VS Code. So we need to be careful or something to be aware. Although now also it seems like a chatbot or chat box, it is not like a Claude anymore. So what exactly is happening is that this VS Code, it comes with a default coding agent, which they call it as like open in agents. So if we click it, so they have their own like coding agent, which they call it as GitHub Copilot. So this is the default one that will populate if you open any or try to write any code. This can also write the code, but this is not as powerful as Claude Code. So we will not use this one for now. So to find the Claude Code back, simply we need to go here, and then we need to click this show and run commands. And for these commands, we will be using it again and again. So there is a shortcut as well, Control Shift P. So if I click here and search for Claude. So currently it is not showing anything. So the extension is still there. So I think it is not appearing like by default. Let me close it and open it again. So I have closed and opened again. Now if I try, so still it is not coming. I think something I'm missing probably. Let's go to extension here. If we go here, oh, it is saying like it is not yet enabled. So this extension was installed but not enabled for this folder. So we will say we trust this folder and we can continue. And now this icon is back again and we have our Claude back. And this time, let's say if it is closed, so now as it is enabled. So now if we have to open it again, then we can go here, show and run commands. Then if we search for Claude, we will see this option like Claude Code open in sidebar. So this is the one we can click here and then we can use it. So before just writing any code, so let's see like what options we have around here. So if we click on this plus icon, then we are getting options like upload from computer, add context, or browse the web. So we can upload any file or add some more details. We can like do some online search kind of thing from here. And first of all, let's confirm if it is really working. So just let's type hi and let's see if it is responding. So this confirms that this interface it is working with Claude. And then we have this option like slash. So this slash, it is after clicking it, it has opened all these options. So let's understand these. So here also we are getting this option like attaching a new file if we want to. We can mention some file from this project. Currently we don't have any file. We can clear this conversation or rewind it. These are the main configurations. Like we can switch the model if we want. So by default, it is using the Sonnet 5, which is efficient for the generic or whatever things normally we want to do. But let's say if we want to do something more complex, then we can select Opus. Or if we want to do something more quickly but easy things, then we can select Haiku. And if we want to run something like very complex, then we need to buy some credits and then we can use Fable. But this thing we can leave default for now. And then we have this setting which is effort. So by default its setting is high and we can change it. So this is like the amount of effort that this model shall spend based on what we are asking it to do. So with this default high also it works well. But if you are doing something complex, we can increase this effort as well so that it will think more and then do it. Thinking anyway it is enabled. Switch models when a message is flagged. This is something we can leave default. And then we have this account and usage. So here we can see like what account is currently being used, what is our plan, and even with pro plan we have some limitation how much Claude we can use, because if we decide to use it unlimited, right? So it is running on their data centers, there is so much load, so they cannot provide any unlimited plan. So they have this plan with some limits, and currently we can see that the limit it is 4% and it will reset in 4 hours. So here we can see that limit as well. And here we can see some more information about the usage, like currently whatever we are using, then uh, what exactly is consuming our usage. So the agent browser, like the uh, Claude desktop that we used just now, so it opened in separate browser when it was testing the game. So that is what it is like, it contributed most. And then there are some more things that it did internally. So like that we can check, we will understand these things more, skills, plugins, mcps and all, then you will understand like what exactly do they really mean. But in simple terms, we can see some account and usage related information here. And then below these, we see some commands. So these commands are very useful and powerful. And after some time, you will be very familiar and using lot of these commands. So before we understand various commands and like more stuff, first let's try building something so that we get some idea how this interface is working. So this time, let's ask it to create a maybe a weather app. So we will say create a weather app using Streamlit and Python. So Streamlit is some a library that we can use in Python to create a UI. Here I want to keep the tech stack as simple because we are trying something first time. So that's why I have mentioned specifically building in Python and Streamlit to keep it easy and restricted to Python. So I'm giving it like only this much and not asking to like not telling it what exactly the weather app shall do and what kind of data shall it provide, and no functionality related things. So let's see what it comes up with. So if I press enter, so now it is thinking. So first of all, it is listing the files in current directory and it will notice that the directory is empty, so that it know like there is currently nothing exists. Now it is saying like I will build it with Streamlit and free open Meteo API. So there is a API which provides weather data without any API or anything. So it has decided automatically to use that, and then it want to write this file. So it has not created the file yet, but it is asking for our permission. So whether it can write this file. So yes, we will allow it. We can allow it, no, or if we click allow all edits in this session, then it means like it will not ask anything if it want to create another file. For now, I will press this yes. We can press this yes or we can press this one, like one from keyboard. Both will do similar things. So it has created that file. Now it want to create another file with the name requirements. So this time I will click this so that it don't ask anything for creating any tables, sorry, any files. And now it is checking whether Python is already installed or not and pip is available or not. So I will allow these commands for this session so that it can check Python is there. So yes, Python is there. And you will notice I am using 3.11 version. So this is something like I have already installed because I use Python very frequently. If you have not yet installed, then you shall install Python first and then try out this exercise. Or like if it doesn't find, then it will also tell you that Python is not there, and then it may suggest some command that you can run to install it, or it will ask you to install. So it is familiar. The next thing it is trying to do is like it is trying to pip install and install these requirements. So requirements mean these are the three libraries that it want to install to so that like it can use them in the app. But here one thing we will notice is that it has not created a virtual environment. So if you are new to Python, so by default, if we don't have a virtual environment and if we install any library, these libraries will be installed into the main Python application, which is like applicable for my entire, let's say, this entire Windows system. So, whatever projects I will use, there it will be installed. But normally, that is not a best practice we follow. We create a virtual environment first, that so that it create a kind of a copy of Python in this project, and then it will install libraries here only, so that project to project library versions and all are different. So that is why we don't install everything in the core Python. So that is something we had not specified. It also didn't think because this app will work with the core Python. But this time we will say no. And that is why like reviewing these pop-ups, what exactly it is doing, it is important so that we can decide like what needs to be done. So we can select no here, or we can tell something else also to Claude to like instead of saying no, we will say like create a virtual environment and then install it. So let's tell it that like create a virtual environment and then install these libraries. So now it is trying to create a virtual environment. So we will allow it. And whenever it is creating a virtual environment, so that is what is created on this left side if we see. So it create these folders here. So in the libraries and all like this is where it will install the required libraries now. So that is the importance of this virtual environment. And now within this virtual environment it want to like upgrade the pip and then install these requirements. So this time we will allow it, and we will allow these commands if if it want to do it again and again, because this is safe. And here if we notice this requirements file, so it is installing three libraries currently. Streamlit is the one which creates a like a web page or front end using Python only. Requests is used to make a API call to any external system, and then pandas is something that where we can manipulate any structured data like CSV or any data which is in structured form. So these are the things it is installing currently, and it has created this Python file which has the core Python code. And on the right side, if we say, it is saying like, do you want to install the recommended Python extension from Microsoft? So yes, this is something we will install. So because this is recommended, so we can even if you don't get this pop-up, you can go to this install section, and in here you can simply search for Python. It will come at the top, and from there also we can install it. And now it is trying to compile this code to see if everything is okay or not. And now it is trying to run that code. So let's allow it. And now it is trying to check if the run is successful or not. So initially, like allowing things one by one, it gives us some idea like how things are working, so that like we can understand what is going on. So here we can see like it is checking that app's home page returns content or not. So now it is checking that API call to the weather API system, and now it is saying that the app it is working correctly. It has tested, and it is saying like these are some features it is telling about the app, what exactly it has built and what setup it has created. And it is saying app is currently running in background at this URL. So if we click this, it will open that URL within this VS code. From here we can use it, but for better like interface, I will simply copy this URL, or we can even like remember this. It is localhost 8501. Then we will open it in some browser so that we can really get the feeling of a proper app. And here is our app. It is saying like if temperature unit, whether we want it in Celsius or Fahrenheit. Here we can enter any city. So let me try New Delhi, which is my nearby city. Now it is trying to get the list. So yes, it identified it correctly. Whatever is there with the name New Delhi looks like something is there in United States as well. But this is the one I wanted, and it is showing the current temperature, feels like, humidity, wind, next 7 days forecast, how it is, and showing some proper like weather icons and all. So I would say this is a nice application given that we provided a single line of prompt there. And let's say if it looks like something very basic, so we want to like improve its look and feel. So let's ask it to do that. So let's ask it that improve its visuals, uh, look and feel, and maybe that's it. It shall be able to understand and improve it. So let's go ahead and ask it. And while it is doing some stuff, we can see the number of tokens, it is increasing more and more. So I'm just bringing your attention to these tokens because this is something we will understand in detail what exactly is this token, because it is very important concept. And now it is asking for my permission to install a library named Plotly. So this is something like it will use for creating some plots or diagrams. Let's see. So I had paused for a few minutes, and now it has made some changes. So it has imported a new library in the code also. It is showing that in this file, this is the change that it is making. And if we click there, we can directly go there. We can review that change as well. Here also, we can expand it and see it, what change it is making. And overall also it has used dark theme now, hero card. So it has made some changes to make it like look better, and it is running at the same url. So let's see what improvements it is able to make now. So if we go back there and let me refresh this, so now it is like a dark theme. The left side bar is gone. Now we can select the unit from here itself. Now let me search the same city. Now it is getting weather. So it is showing this way. Here we can see more icons now. The graph also looks more interesting. And here we can see some code instead of like seeing some visualization. Probably it was trying to show something like this. But we can see like in the daily forecast, we didn't get a visualization. Instead, we get this. So this is something like it is even better. It is providing some copy option. So let's copy this and ask this Claude Code to fix that. So we can say in UI, the chart name is daily forecast. So daily forecast, I am getting below. So now after a few seconds, it is saying it has fixed the issue. So let's go ahead and refresh it again. Now let me pass the same city. And this time we can see that it is able to plot all the things. So the issue that was found, it was able to fix automatically. And I would say now overall look and feel and visuals are better than our initial application. So this is how like we can create something very new, and then we can ask here itself what changes we want to make, and if we are getting any problem or any issue, so that also we can fix here itself. So this is the real power of Claude Code, that whatever we want to build, we can just tell it what to do and it will be able to do it for us. So now as we understand the core functionality, so what we are going to do now is that let's understand what are those tokens that we were seeing here and there. So tokens, if we have to define, so we can say it is a very basic unit that any AI model it can read or generate. So whatever a model is reading or taking as input, and whatever output it is generating, so the quantity of those that is defined in terms of tokens. So token, if we have to say, it is like a small piece of text. It can be a text, or it can be like in modern models it can be a piece of picture, video, audio, anything, but it is just a piece of, I would say, input and output that Claude processes instead of like a reading entire word. So what it does is whenever we are supplying it any text or whatever output it is generating, so internally it does not process or take everything in one go. It will break it down and then take it in pieces, and those pieces are called as tokens. So if we take some examples, let's say if we are sending hello, it will probably be one token. If we are sending, let's say, Claude Code, it will be broken into 2 to 3 tokens. If we have bigger sentence, maybe like this, or let's say build a PySpark pipeline for Kafka, then again it will be broken down into multiple blocks. And it is not 100% that each word mean a separate token. it can be broken down into group of words, or if it is a very big word, it can also be broken down into multiple tokens. So there is no fixed way of like defining or knowing it. It is internal to the models, but it is broken down into very small pieces. And roughly we can say like this line, it can be broken down into, let's say, 4 to 6 tokens. And tokens, they include everything, whatever word, symbol, number, or code, or as a JSON file, or SQL, or Markdown. Basically, any form of input that we are sending, or the output is generating. That can be a text, or it can be a audio, video, image. Everything is broken down into pieces, and each piece is called as token. And why this is very important? Because every model, it has some limit on input and output, and it is priced based on those inputs and outputs also. So everything is measured in terms of tokens. So simply, if I have to put it, so everything that we send to Claude or any LLM model, and everything it generates, it is measured in terms of tokens. And to understand tokens even in more detail, so let's go to this website. There are so many websites which provide comparison of different LLM models. This is one of them, vellum.ai, that I like it. It has this leads board. So if you see currently these Claude Opus 5, this is the one which is leading overall. And this is the entire Claude family, which we can see is leading compared to others. So that is why Claude also is very famous, because its models are very strong. And maybe by the time if you are looking, it may have been changed now. So that is possible, but currently this is the case. So it provide these comparison based on various cases and all. But the part that I wanted to showcase here is this one, like model comparison. Or maybe before going there, I will probably show this one. So here if we see, so for each and every model that is there, we have these parameters. So context window, it is the number of tokens that a model can take as input. So this one, we can see it can take 1 million tokens as a input in one go. So that is the size of this input window. Context window, basically it means input window. We will understand it more context window separately. And because they can take this much of size as input, that is why they are very strong, because 1 million, it is a very big size that it can take as input. And input cost, it is in like 1 million token. So it is like $5 we have to pay if we send 1 million tokens as input. And for output, it is higher, because that is what it is generating. So if the model is providing us output, and there if it is generating 1 million token, then we are charged $25. And speed, for this model, it is, let's say here, not available, but some pieces, some other models, it is available. So it is like the how many tokens they can generate per second. So let's say this one, per second it can generate 56 tokens. And latency, it is, once we provide input, then how much time it take to provide the first token as output, that is what is considered as latency. So I hope you understood these points, and now you will get some idea that uh, because everything is measured and compared based on tokens, that is why understanding this concept of token, it is very very important. And this comparison that we were seeing here, this is also something similar. What is context size? What is the cutoff date? That means uh, when the model was last trained. So after, let's say, May 2026, so then later than this date, the model will not be having knowledge if something has happened. So it can still use internet to browse it, but the model itself, this is the cutoff date of the knowledge. This is the input cost that we just saw, output cost. This is the maximum output. So for output also, there is this limit, how much output it can generate in one go. Like, so this is like 128K tokens it can generate in one go. So if you are generating some code, so getting this much tokens as output, it is too much. Normally we won't hit this limit. This is very big window. And again, latency and speed. So that is how, like, we use tokens to compare, define, and even charge for everything, each and every model. So now the next concept we will understand is the context window. So we were seeing there, right? So basically context window, when we were checking the comparison, it is the amount of tokens it can take as input in one go. So what happens is, if let's say we are chatting with any LLM, or in the coding part also if we are doing any chat, so whatever one chat after another chat we are getting reply, then we are asking another request. So previous history also it keep appending, and every time it keeps sending the entire history. So whatever things we are talking about, it kind of creates this local memory, and there it keep it. And then whenever next time we are sending, the entire history is sent as input. So keeping that history, and that history is called as context also. So context can include history, any document we are attaching, those kind of things. So what is the input window of that context? So it is like same as how much quantity of tokens the model can take as input, and that quantity it is defined in terms of it is called as context window, because context is like the relevant information that we are sending, that is relevant to the current task that we are asking the LLM to do. So the key points about context window is like it is measured in tokens that we just saw. Uh, it includes like both our input and Claude's response, whatever it is generating. And if the window is large, it help Claude to understand more and do more for us. When the limit is reached, then the oldest information that is dropped. So whatever newer information is there, it will keep that one in memory. So here, let's say we started with some prompt. We asked it to do something. It took some code as input based on the file names or something. It provided some response. Then let's say we are providing any additional documentation, and whatever output it has generated, that may be sent next time. So everything that it keep doing, so that keep including in a context window. So context window, it basically include our prompts, whatever Claude is responding, the source code which is there. So it is not like entire source code will always be part of context window, but whatever source code or the files are relevant to the current talk that we are doing, and any documentation that if we are providing, or if it is searching online, if we are attaching any file, the terminal output that is there, so that can also be sent to it, so it can be part of the context window. If we are attaching any image, or if we are using any external tools like MCP, or like skills, all those will also be part of context window. So, to summarize, a larger context window, it allows Claude to understand more, remember better, and deliver high quality results, especially for complex and real world tasks, because real world it is always complex. So now, as we understand these theoretical pieces, now let's see how exactly we can check out this context window or size of it. So now I am back in the VS Code, and here there were some commands that I was talking about. So here we can scroll down, or simply we can type here also. So if I type context here, so it will come. So if I fire this command, it will show us the context that is there. So we can see we are using Claude Sonnet 5. This is the maximum tokens that we can use. So we can see it is very close to 1 million. Some tokens it has reserved for its own security and other stuff. So currently we are using only 90K token, which is like roughly only 10% of the window, and out of the entire context that we are using. So 9.5K tokens are for system prompt, 21K are for system tools. So you can see our input, those are negligible based on what system tools are using. Then some custom agent internally it is using, some skills it is using internally, the messages that it has generated, and auto compact buffer it keeps, so that it can compact it if required. And then like this is the free space, we can see currently 87.2% is the free space. And what happens is, if we keep asking more and more things in the same thread. Sometimes the task is very complex, we have to go round and round. So this context window, it will keep filling. So once it will reach to a certain threshold it has defined internally, I think based on this buffer, it is okay, this is just a buffer. So I don't know like the exact limit, but once it is close to hitting the limit or it has hit the limit, then it also has the functionality to compact this context window. And that functionality, so one is that it may be hit automatically, or if we think like we have done a good amount of work and we are good here, so we can also run that manually. So we have this second command which is called as compact. So if we run this command, what it will do is whatever is there inside the context, entire context, so it will kind of prepare a summary of that context and keep only the summary in memory, so that whatever more things we will ask it to do, then it will use that summary. It will not send the entire history again and again. And for this same reason, it is very important that if we are using this thread, so if we are doing something relevant to the previous chat, then we shall keep asking more and more questions here itself for things to do. But if we are starting something new which is not directly related to the above chatting that we have already done, then it is a good idea that we shall start a new thread from here, so that the context window will be clear, and then we will be able to do more here, and we will not be sending this entire history again and again. And here we can see that this compact, it is complete and it freed 91k tokens. So here we can see some more details also how it internally did the uh, like compaction, but that is not much like relevant. So if we run the context again, so now we will see the current usage, and now we can see it is only 43k as compared to 96k or something previously. So it has compacted it internally. And if we want to clear it completely, then there is a command with the name clear as well. If we run that, then the history, it is cleared completely. And now we are in a new session. So if we want to go to the previous session, then we have the options here. We have this session history icon and the new session as well. If we click new, a new session will be started. If we click here, we can go to any previous session and start from there wherever we had left. So that entire history also it is tracked here. So now the next thing we are going to ask is we will ask this Claude to create a README file for us. So we will say simply like create a README file for this project. So what it will do is it will understand our complete project and create a README file here. And README file, I hope you are familiar, but if not, like it is a like a standard file readme.md, which is created in each and every project as a standard. And that file is used to like explain what is this project about and all, so that if multiple teams are working in the same project or somebody new is starting on that project, they can read this file and then understand what this project is about. So this is the file that it has created. And if we see, like it has created some very basic detail here, and this file it is in markdown language. So the extension here it is .md, which is a very standard language that llms talk, and they love this language. And what it means is that here each and every symbol, like hash it means a heading, this dash it means a bullet point. So like that, like each and every symbol it has some meaning. And it and why it is very much preferred is because here it is very simple text, but if these symbols we use these meanings rightfully, then it can be really a well formatted file. So if we click this icon here like open preview, then it will show a better like a readable version of this file. So if I like open it this way, or if I let's say close this left side, So this is like the readme, how it will look like if we open in a readable manner. So if we simply click it, it will open the editable version. If we preview here, or even if we right click and click open preview, it will open this kind of heading. So here we can see that each and every symbol, it has different meaning, and it looks like a very well formatted file here. So based on a single ask, it has created something for us. And here we can see it has not mentioned about virtual environment. So let's ask it to mention that, mention to use venv always. And now we can see it has updated the file by mentioning the virtual environment. And the next option that we are going to talk about is rewind. So let's say if it has modified these changes, and we tested, or we checked out something, we really don't like these changes, then there has to be a way to revert those changes back to the previous version, so that from there we can start again. So that is the option here. If this is this is the place where we had mentioned that it's a like use venv. If we want to remove these latest changes, then this is the option we get here, and then rewind the code from here. So we click this button, and it will say rewind, and after that the readme file, it has been changed again to the previous version. And if we want to go to any other history, so we can go there, and we can click, let's say, rewind from here. So those changes also will be gone. So now the readme file itself is gone. So this way we can go back to the conversation previous like breakpoints that are there. We can rewind from there, and move to any previous version which is there. So this is one way to undo the changes that are already done. And another way is that, like, we use a GitHub repository, and after a good condition of the code or good development, we commit our changes there. So the best practice that is there is that, like, for small changes that we are, if we are working on a feature, then we can use the rewind feature from here. That is a good idea. But once our code is stable to a very particular point, and we are satisfied to some feature, and we are about to work on a new feature, then it is a good idea that until that point we commit our code into GitHub, and then from there we start a new thread and then start working on it. We will understand the GitHub part more when we will go to GitHub section. And the next part we are going to talk about is the init. So if I start a new thread, so now let's assume that there is some repository. This is a repository, and this is a new code which Claude has never used. It is we are using this code for the first time. So if we have to tell Claude that you understand this code, and then I will ask you to do something. So we can ask it to do via the prompt, but there is a very standard command for that with the name init. As the name suggests, it is like initialization. So this command, what it will do is, uh, here with this command, we are asking Claude that I will ask you to do some of the things, but you understand what code is there. You once you go through it, then I will ask you to do it. So if we are starting anything new on using Claude, and we are giving it some repository, so it is a good idea that always start with this init command, and then from there we can take it forward. And here we can see it is creating some file here which is very special. So we will allow it for now. We will allow it to create this file, and it has created this file. So it has created a file with the name Claude.md. So let's check out this file. So this is the file Claude.md, and if I right click and open preview, so here we can see this like it is like it this file provides a guidance to Claude Code when working with code in this repository. So this is the project overview, what this project is about. These are some important commands that it shall run. This is like kind of the architecture of our current project. So it has created this file, and why it has created is, so now what will happen is, if I am starting a new thread or if I'm starting any conversation with the Claude, so first it what it will do is it will look for a file named, let's say, Claude.md. It is a very standard file name by Claude. It will, whatever we talk with Claude Code, it will always check if this file is there. If this file is there, it will automatically include it in our conversation. So if I, let's say, ask here, let's say, give me a project overview. So we here we will see that we don't see any mentioning of the file here, but the overview that was there in the Claude.md, that similar overview we are seeing directly here, like what kind of project it is. And why is that? Because this Claude.md file, it is included in each and every conversation that we do with Claude. And this file, although here we created using slash init command, but this file we can create it manually also before starting any project. Like if even if we do not have any project, then also uh, we can create this file first to give it some overview, like what project we are creating, what is our architecture, what all things it shall use, what things it shall not use. Those kind of things we can define here, so that whatever conversation we are working with, it will always keep these things in mind. So that is why this Claude.md, it is very very important. And Claude has this file Claude.md. So what happened is initially, like it was Claude.md. It is still there when we work with Claude. But what happened is when Google, they created their Gemini CLI, so they also like started using similar approach, and they named their file like Gemini.md. Similarly, like OpenAI, they had their own name. So every this coding agent, they had their own file naming convention. So obviously somebody had to pitch in and standardize the things, and that is when there is a standard that is followed now. So the standard that is followed is that these kind of file, it shall be named as agents.md. So if we have a file with this name agents.md, then this file will be understood by Claude, by Gemini, by OpenAI. Everybody will look for this file. So here I renamed it manually, but in real projects, we create this file even before starting the project to set up some standards. So there is like so much role this file has to play when it comes to Claude Code. So first, let's understand this file in more detail. So, agents.md, what it means is like teach Claude how your project works. So, agents.md, it is a markdown file in our project root directory. It shall not be inside any folder. That gives Claude Code or any coding agent that we are using, it will give it the required context that it will use to work efficiently in our code base. So it provide project specific instructions, guidelines, like what kind of naming convention we follow, which programming and tools to use. It define conventions, workflow, and best practices that we follow. It helps Claude Code like make better decisions, because we mention our preference there, what all things we shall use there. And it keep the entire team and AI in sync. So if multiple developers are working on the same code, same repository, then keeping this file as a standard. So if multiple people are working on the same project, they will follow everything automatically here. By they, I mean developers will not follow this manually, because this file will be there in root directory whenever somebody will do git clone. So this file will be there when multiple people will use Claude Code, so it will follow the very same standard for all the developers. So that is why creating this file, it is very important, and it is we use it in each and every project. And the structure we already saw, it looks something like this, where we have an overview, some standards, testing instructions, architecture, what things it shall not do, and all. So it is included in every chat that we will do with Claude. And these are some of the key contents that shall be there, or is a best practice it is followed. Like the our core project structure, it shall be there. What are the main folders and important files? What are the coding standards we follow, like naming conventions, any pattern or something? How Claude shall test our code, how it shall run it, like using virtual commands, some specific uh, uh, commands, or any, let's say, Docker kind of things if we have to mention. How it shall build the project if we have to standardize. What workflow it shall follow, or if some specific task we want it to do. If we are creating any GitHub related operation, then standards related to that. And if there are any like specific rules while using any library or frameworks, and what things it shall avoid. Like let's say we shall not run anything without virtual environment, or what let's say we shall not, you shall basically not read any secret that is there. So these kind of things we can mention in the things to avoid. So to simply put it, like the better our agents.md it is, the more accurately code understands and contributes to our project. And that is why, uh, while starting any new project using Claude Code or any AI agent, we must create this file, and we must, like we can create maybe a draft version using Claude Code or something, but we shall always create this file and keep it up to date always. Maybe if we are doing some of the things in Claude Code, we our project structure has changed, or some more important folders are there now. So this file it shall be always up to date, and spending some time manually here reviewing it by senior people, it is very very important. So what I want to convey here is that this looks like just a file, simple file, but its role that it has to play, it is very very important. That's why everybody shall be focused on this file whenever they are working on any project. And for agents.md, there is a separate website as well, agents.md, with the same name. It explains the same thing, like what is the role of this file. And here we can see like everybody is following this standard. We can see like VS Code, Codex, this GitHub Copilot, Claude Code is obviously there. So whatever coding standards, coding agents that are currently there in the market, everybody follow this same thing. And these are some examples by different people that we can use, and these are some instructions how to use it. And its name, it has to be very standards, agents.md, that is very important. And another thing to remember is that this file, as I'm telling it again and again, it is part of every each and every conversation by default. So its size has to be reasonable. So we have to keep the important stuff here and avoid the things which are like not important from every coding perspective or every chat perspective. So still don't think like it shall be very small. Here I would say it is a very tiny file currently. It can still be in, let's say, hundreds of lines, because like even one big file it will not occupy much context that we have seen. Like it is in 1 million tokens are allowed. So still it shall be with a reasonable size, but with very important details and very clear instructions. So that is how this file shall be there. So now, as we have understood, like a lot of things that we can do through this extension or through this chat window, and now is the time when we will move towards extending its capability. So whatever Claude Code itself can do, we have seen it can do like so many things, like writing our code, testing our code, making modification, creating README files, agents.md files, everything basically it can create. But there is even lot more things we can do with some techniques. So there are mainly three techniques, like MCP servers, skills, and plugins. So those we will understand now. And that is where here we can see, like using slash MCP server, what MCP servers are currently there. It has like three servers which are there, but we cannot install any new MCP server here currently. So only these three, like Gmail, Calendar, and Drive, these are very basic servers we can use here. But to use like the real world, or like whatever is there in the open market, we can't do that with this extension. And that is where now we can say we have hit the limit of this extension. And then we need to go to the pro level, or the next level. That is how Claude Code even started. That is the CLI version. So first, let's check out how does Claude CLI work, and then we will see how we can use those MCP server and other tools that can extend its capabilities. So here, when we installed Claude desktop application, so Claude CLI, it is installed automatically. We don't need to install it separately. And let's say if we have not installed any application, and if we want to install only the CLI, that is also something can be done very easily. We can just search for Claude CLI download. It can be downloaded and installed. And how it can be used is, first let me open any folder. So let's say I right click and I say reveal file in file explorer. I want to open the location where this our current code that is there. So this is the location, and here I will click here and remove this thing and type cmd. So it will open our command prompt. Let me maximize it. And it is not mandatory that we launch this command prompt from this same location. We can open it from directly from here, just typing cmd. We can open it from any folder. But how it is meant to be used is, whatever folder that we want to work in, uh, we have to go there. We can launch it anywhere and then change the directory, but the directory has to be there. Then comes the command that we can use to launch it. That command, it is what you can guess, it is Claude. We just have to type the command and press enter. Then it will launch Claude Code. And first time it is asking whether we trust this folder or not. So one is yes. So I will simply press enter here, and it is launched. So now here it is Claude CLI, and this is the, I would say, interface that is used by pro developers. And we will see how it can be used along with the VS Code extension. But what I mean to say is that this is how Claude Code started. This is the first interface that was ever launched. And because other options are user friendly, so that is why for normal tasks those are used. But if we want to do advanced stuff, then we have to come here, do the things. So here we can do everything. There is no limitation because this includes everything. And finally, we will end up using a combination of this and VS Code. We will see how. But yes, this is the main interface, the heart of Cloud Code. And this is the cursor where it is. Here we can type something. So let's start by typing hi to confirm that it is working fine. And we can see here. So yeah, we got the response. That means it is working fine. And here we can simply ask it to do anything. So if you, let's say, remember that we had a readme file, but we had deleted that. So let's try asking it to create a readme file for this project. So I would say create a readme file for this project. So now it will understand the current project, and then it will create the readme file for us in the similar way. And here we can see it is showing the content of the readme file here, and it is saying like, do you want to create readme.md. So again we are getting these options. And when we work with CLI, so we work, I would say, less with mouse and we work more with these keyboard options. So here we can see we have these options 1, 2 and 3. So if we have to use one, we simply press enter. If we have to use 2 or 3, then there are two options. One option is that we use the arrow down key or up key to change these options. Like we can come to 2 or 3, then press enter. Second way to do the same thing is just press the number. So if I, let's say, want to use option 2 here so that it can create any file during this session, so we can directly press this keyboard button 2. So if I press 2, directly it will use that option and then do that thing. So after you work more and more with this CLI, so you, the I would say what I am familiar with or what I use mostly is these numbers. So when you will work more here, you will always keep your fingers on 1, 2, 3 because that is how the options will be there. and you will be good with that. Just press 1 2 3 and continue whatever it wants us to do. So now it has created that readme file, and this file we can directly check out in the directory. Yes, it is there. We can see in the VS Code as well. And here, if we want to check out the content, so we right click, open preview, and here also we can see it has created like a good readme file for us. So now you can see there is a readme.md, then there is this agents.md. So readme.md, it is for developers, that is there. It is a very standard file that is used in GitHub as well. So it is shown as a default file. We will see when we go to GitHub. So simply readme.md, it is for developers and humans. Agents.md, it is like readme file for agents. So that is how people call it. And now I'm back in CLI. So let's see what more we can do here. So here, apart from just typing, we can press this slash and then we can type any command like we were able to do in the uh, VS Code extension. So the similar commands are available here as well. So for example, if I type context here and press enter, we will be able to see similar context here. So here itself we can see how much is used. These are the blank one. This is the reserved one. Sorry, this is auto compact buffer. So similar context related information we can see here. And additionally, we can see here like there are 6 MCP tools, one custom agent is there. There are 16 skills. So all these things we can see. These servers and all these are like from my personal experimentation. So if you are trying something, you will see some less numbers here. And the other commands are also available here, like compact, which can compact this context. And then we have slash model, which can show like the model that we can use. So default one is selected, which is sonnet 5. We can change the model from here, and if I press escape it will go back. And we have slash config as well, where we can open the configurations and then change them. So here also like there are these different tabs. So these are some configurations which we can change or select anything. Then in the status tab, we can see overall status here, like what is the account, how many MCP server are there, which model is there. And in the usage tab, we can see the overall usage that we have currently consumed. And in states, it will show like last 7 days here, like how much Claude we have used. So every day it will show like this. So as you can see, like recently I'm using it, and I have created this new subscription. So that is why we are seeing only recent data. And model wise also we can see this. So here, if I press down arrow, it will come on the overview. And then if I press tab, it will go to the models page. And here we can see like model wise also which models we have more consumption and all. So most of it is Sonnet, which is 72%. So these are some basic details that we can check here. I will press escape and then go back. And now let me tell another command here. So that is rename. So what it does is here we can provide any name to the current session, whatever we are doing here. So let's say if I mention it play around, so it will give this name to the current session. Even if we don't rename it, it has generated its own name. We will see that as well. But if we want to give some specific name, so that later on, if we want to come back to this current session, then we use this name. So this session I'm going to rename here using this rename command. And here it is saying like we ran this command, but actually there is no task done currently. So what I did is like I had logged out for I took a break and came in. So in this session we have not done anything. So let me do something. Let's say we can say review and update readme so that something is done here. Then we will be able to rename this session. So now it has made some changes to the readme file. I asked it to make it more concise. So if we run the rename command now, so now it is asking like the name. We can say like play around again. Now this session has been renamed, and looks like it did not use the name I provided. It used this name. So I think like we don't need to press enter. I forgot to specify here itself. We need to specify the name here itself, then only it will use this name. So this session it is renamed now. So to come out of this CLI, either we can put press Control C two times, or we can type the command exit, then it will come out. So now we are out of Claude, and by default here, if we type Claude and then like start another session, so it will be a new session. It will not continue from the same chat that we were having previously. And so if we want to resume the same session, then we need to specify this option Claude dash dash resume. And if we know the name, it is good. If we do not remember the name or something, then simply we can press enter, and it will see like what were the previous sessions that we were having. So we can select this session and press enter. But before that, if you see this screen, right, what we will notice is that whatever sessions we had using the VS Code extension, so those sessions also we are seeing here, like even creating the weather app with Streamlit, like the very first one that we had. So what it means is that Claude settings wise, whatever we are doing via CLI and whatever we are doing using that extension, both of the things are in sync. And if we can switch between these two seamlessly. So if we want to start from this session, so I will simply press enter and we are back. So the same session we are back in. And then the same command like clear will also work, which will clear the entire chat here. So what I want to say here is that whatever command is supported in extension, so each and everything is supported here. This is, I would say, the heart or the main thing about Claude Codes, that in CLI each and everything will be supported. So every basic to advanced, whatever operation we want to do, those will be supported through CLI for sure. And now we might be thinking, right, like this CLI, it seems to be like a separate window, and then there is this extension as well which works from a VS Code, and both of these are in sync. Then sometimes like we may feel like switching between these two doesn't seem like a seamless experience, because here we don't see any files and here we don't see CLI, so it looks like a bit detached. But that is where we have a good news. So in a VS Code itself, we have this terminal option. So if we go to terminal and click on new terminal, so now this terminal and whatever we were doing here, both are kind of the exact same thing. So here also, if I type Claude, it will open the CLI version of Claude. So that seems like now I would say it looks seamless experience, because here we can do anything that we want via CLI, and here we can do everything whatever we want via a simple like this chat UI. So if we use here, so each and everything will be supported here as well, whatever we want to do. So it is the exact same CLI, and that is how like normally I prefer. So whatever things we can normally do, we do from this extension, this UI, because it looks more user friendly. And wherever we need to use anything advanced, then we go for this this CLI option. So going forward, I will use CLI from here itself. So I'm going to close this window, and we have this CLI now. So now I hope you are like familiar with this CLI command line experience. So next thing we are going to discuss is MCP. So first of all, let's understand what exactly is the MCP server. So in a single line, like it gives Claude reach into outside world. So whatever is outside Claude, those things we can connect or use within Claude. It gives that capability to connect. So like we can connect to GitHub, any database, Slack, browser. So whatever we want to connect, this protocol will support that. And it was launched by Anthropic in November 2024, even before Claude Code. So it is not specific to Claude Code. It is like the wave of talking agents with each other. So even before Claude Code, like when we have normal LLM and agents for that, so whenever they had to share something or extend their capabilities, so every company was trying that part in their own way. And that is where Anthropic, they suggested this way, which was like really well, and it was very well designed, that everybody was like impressed by this. Everybody started using this protocol, and that is where like it became very famous. And now each and every agent that is there, so every agent, they support this MCP protocol. So to understand more details, so MCP itself, it is not having any capability, but it is more of a like USB cable. So if we have a cable, we can connect so many standard things with our laptop or whatever we want to connect. But the cable where it is connecting, that is where the real extending capability is there. So that is how it is. It is the open standard released by Anthropic, like how AI agents can share information with each other or how they can connect with external systems. And now it has been adopted industry wide, and it is used by companies beyond Anthropic, like OpenAI, Gemini. Basically, whoever is working in AI, they support this protocol. It was so simple, so extensible that everybody is using that. And there are thousands of MCP servers across many marketplaces. So as it is providing like capability to connect outside world, so there is no limit, right? They basically, whatever can be done outside cloud, basically everything they have like capability to connect via MCP. And when we have that kind of capability, so there are online marketplaces as well, which provide different type of MCP servers. We will check them out. So in general, like there are thousands of MCP servers that we can use, which are available online, and it is configured via slash mcp command, and it is stored as a file into our directory. We will go more into that. And overall, like it is heavier on context, and schema load, it happens at session start time. So this piece is bit important, like later on we will understand. But how originally designed was working, let's say whenever we are launching cloud session, so there itself, whatever mcp server we have configured there, so their details or their configuration, it will load for each and every mcp server. And whatever details has been loaded, those will be part of our context window. So if we have so many mcp servers, they will occupy their context window. And that was the problem that like everybody started getting into, because there are so many things we want to connect, and everything, if it is part of context window, so then it will be more costly, and it will be it leave less time for what, less space in the context window what we want to do. So that was the problem. But in newer version of Claude Code and other agents, there are optimizations done, that it can load many things whenever it need, instead of loading everything at a start. But this is one limitation that is like people keep in mind. More and more optimizations are happening, but even with this limitation, it is still very strong and very widely adopted and used. So now let's check out some marketplaces. So if we simply search for MCP servers, let's say marketplace, then we will get so many websites here. So if we open any one of them, let's say this one. So here we can see like there are so many different MCP servers which are available. We can see that we have one for Excel, one for Unity, Fast API, I don't know, Context 7. This one we will try out as well. And then basically we have like thousands of mcp servers, so there is no limit to it. If we check out any other website, so similar kind of mcp servers we will be able to notice there as well. So each and every marketplace, they have their own way of organizing these mcp servers, and we can use them from anywhere. And that is where we need to be careful as well, because there are so many things supported. So if we are overexcited, we may end up including something that may expose our code, or there are chances of fraud as well. So whatever we are installing, we shall be aware what we are using, who is providing that, and then only we shall be planning to use that. So as we can see here, like there are so many options. So what we are going to do is we will search here. So if we search for context 7, so this is a very famous MCP server. So this is like, again, because this is very famous, there are different versions of it, and the very official one, or that everybody uses, it is by this Upstash company. So here we see this Upstash, and I am familiar with this icon as well. That's how I like remember that this is a good one. So what this MCP server is about, like getting the latest documentation about APIs and libraries. So if we look at the key feature, it is like fetch documentation directly from official library sources, support specifying exact library ID and version numbers, and it works as MCP server and a skill as well. We will see skill later on. So these are some features, but overall, what problem it is solving or why it is very famous is that, let's say we are working on some APIs or SDK, and we are asking Claude to write the code. So we noticed that it has a cutoff knowledge date. And after that date, if something has been changed in that API version or something, then it will be not be knowing, and it will still be writing the old code. So if we include this MCP server, then whenever we will build something new and ask to use latest APIs, it will use this MCP server as a extended capability, and this automatically will fetch the latest API that is available in the official documentation, provide back to Claude, and then Claude will be able to use up to date documentation with latest stuff. So that is how, like, this is very useful. So now, as you understand these marketplaces, so there are so many, and we can use anything from anywhere that we want. And if we know which MCP server we need, so we directly even don't need to go to marketplaces. Also directly here itself, like in VS Code itself and all, we can ask it like, how can I install a MCP server? So it is as simple as that. So if I open Claude again here, it is show and run commands. Open Claude. So before installing, like first we can see which all MCP servers are there, and that is where like both sides we can use now, which is really interesting. So here we, if we type one command /mcp, so this is what will tell like which MCP servers are currently available. So here we see like it is saying three servers are there, and it can show those unused connectors. So the arrow is here. If I press enter, so it is showing those three MCP servers. So these are Google and Gmail related servers which are coming by default because of this extension. If you don't use this VS Code and extension, it will not be showing, but we will not be using these. We will leave them where they are. If I press escape again, so we are back now. So now we need to run one command to install any MCP server. So let's ask Claude only what is that command. So let's say tell me a command to install context 7 MCP server. And here it has provided the commands. It is providing it for two different ways, like local mode or remote mode. We will use the local mode only here. So I will copy this command, and I have pasted this command into this notepad just to like have a look at it. So if we see here, it start with Claude, then MCP, add. For adding we use add, or for removing we remove, and then the name of MCP server that we want to use. And after that, each and every MCP server, it has different options that we can use. So we will use these options. Now this command we need to run from CLI. So I will open back our CLI here, and then we can't run it from inside a session. So we need to come out. I will press Control C two times. We are out now, and here I need to paste it and then run it. So that's it. It has been added. So as we can see, it is saying like added as the standard input output MCP server with this command, and then it is saying file modified. So this is the file that it has modified. We will come back to this because this is also very important. For now, let's assume that it has been installed. So if we now if we launch Claude, if we go inside that, and if we run /mcp that we use to list the MCP servers, so here now we can see that there are 4 servers which are there. So context 7 is one of them, and it is saying it is connected. That means we can use it, and it has 2 tools that we can use. And then these 3 are the other one that we previously saw. And cursor is here. So if I press enter on context 7 only, so we get these options. Do we want to reconnect? Do we want to disable it, or we want to view tools? If we view tools, we can see it has 2 tools that it has access, like query docs. It can query anything, any documentation based on like any natural language question, natural language based text. And it obtained a like kind of library ID. Once it has library ID, then it can resolve that library ID and get the exact latest documentation. So these are the tools which are part of this MCP. So when we added this MCP, so it got access to these tools, I would say. So now if I press escape, we are going back, and then again we are back in the Claude CLI. So now if we try to do something like, let's say, tell me the latest API connection to make a Google Maps poll. So let's see if it is able to use that MCP and that tool automatically. So yes, it has provided this prompt, saying like tool use. It want to use this tool and asking can it proceed or not. So we will proceed. And now it has come back, and it is saying like these are the different options which are there. So how we would like to make a call, so we will go with the default one. And now it is making another call uh, to the same tool. So previously like it got the library ID, I think. Now it is trying to query the docs using that ID or something. So if we press 1 again, so now it has provided the exact code. So here we can see like it is telling like option A we can use this package, and option B we can do something else. So honestly I'm not familiar with this Node.js and all, but what I want to show here is that like it was able to use the MCP server, use its tool that were there, and it is able to fetch the latest code, latest API versions and latest documentation that is there, and according to that it is able to like tell us how to write the code. If we ask it to do it, it will do that. So using this MCP server, we have extended its capability to reach out that context 7 MCP server, and there it is able to fetch the latest documentation and then use it. So it is a really good capability that is used by almost in each and every project, because always we want to use the latest APIs and libraries. So now as we are able to use one of the MCP server, so let's understand like where exactly is it installed, and there are some configurations that we shall be aware of while installing any MCP server. And those configurations are called as configuration scopes. So these scopes are where like MCP, not only MCP, but like MCP skills, plugins, and hooks. So all those settings, those live in some very specific files. And where are those files? Depending on that, the scope is decided, like who can use those MCP skills and all those things. So scope wise, so the highest level scope, it is user. So whenever we install something, so let's say if I am installing it, so it is installed for me as a user, and it will be applicable for whatever project I work using Claude in my laptop. And these settings are stored in my user directory instead of the let's say project directory. So when we say this here, this tilde icon, so this means like this is user home directory. We will see where it is when we go to the demo part. But there are like these settings. So in our root user root directory, we have this Claude.json, and then .claude is a folder, and then this is a file. So there it is stored. And apart from user, we have these two options where uh, if we are storing the settings in our current project directory, then that comes under like project scope. And these settings whatever we are making here, so these will be shared with the team via a committed file in the git repo. So because these are part of our current project and it is available as a file, so whenever we will commit our changes into git, so there also these files will be made available, and whoever will be uh, cloning our repository, so there also they will go away along with this project. So these will be tied to the project. Whoever will be working on this project, they will be having these files, and then they will be able to use those mcp skills and everything. And here this dot, it means like the current project directory. So there we have files like mcp.json and claude settings.json. So if you notice, like let's say this claude settings.json, so one file is there in our project directory. Similarly, the same file is there in the user root directory as well. And then the next scope that is there is local. So by local, what it means is that it is tied to our machine and also to current project. So it is like the very specific out of all these three. So if I install something in this local scope, then if I am working on another project in the same machine or same laptop, then it will not use those settings. So for me also it will be separate. And normally this is what is installed in like a settings.local file, and that file we exclude when we make a git commit, and that way other users are also not able to use that. So this is like something personal to me as a user, and it is also like a personal or specific to the project level also. So that is how these three scopes are there. So just to summarize, user scope, it means like as a user I am installing. So it apply to my machine and all the projects I will work on. Project, it is very specific to project and shared with the team. And local, it is not shared with the team. It is specific to the project and specific to me only. Only I will work on it, not other users. And if we go precedence wise, so local has the highest precedence, then project, and then user. So the most specific scope wins. So if we have multiple version of the same thing or something, then local will be the one that will be used. So at runtime also, Claude will first check in local, then here, then here. So it will combine all these three, and precedence will be with this order, that local has highest precedence. So now as we understand these scopes, let's check it out in the real environment and let's see how we can specify the scope while installing anything. So now I am back in VS Code, and if we notice here, we have this folder created automatically here, which is .claude. If I extend this, then we have this settings.local. So these were the settings that we were talking about. So if this file is settings.local, that means it is local settings. And if you see here, like we have some allow permissions. So I have whatever I have allowed while using Claude Code, it has stored them here. So that, and this is what I have allowed. So it will not work for other users. And similarly, other files will be created when we install something at the project specific. And if we want to see the user specific settings, then those will not be in this directory. So those will be in the user root directory. So currently I'm using Windows. So for Windows, it is users, like C drive, then users, then the username, and this is where it lives. So here also there are two files where it lives. One is .claude.json. So this is like my user specific settings. And then there is this .claude folder is also there. And there also we have these settings. So these two work in a combination and then it is controlled. So what I mean to say is that user specific settings, those live here. So now let's understand some of these things via an example. So previously the context 7 MCP that we had installed, first let's uninstall it. So the uninstall command is like claude mcp remove, then the name of the server that we want to remove. It was context 7. So it has removed it. And now if I want to add it again, so this was the add command. So here we can see it is saying like file modified, and this is the file that it has modified. So if we go inside this file .claude.json, so this is the file. It is the same file that I showed in here, like .claude.json. Here is the file. So this file it has opened, and in here we will see the context 7. So if we see here, we can see like this is the MCP server related settings it has added here. And if we see, it has mentioned a folder name as well. So if it is mentioned with a folder name, that means these settings are applicable only when we are working in this folder, and that is how these settings are local. But these are some of the things I'm showing only from knowledge perspective. But using these, we don't need to worry about all these things or change anything. So by default, we can see it is installed in local mode. And that is where if we want to install into a specific scope, then what we need to do is first let's remove this thing. And then, so this is the default command. And to specify where we want to install it, we have this additional parameter with the name S. So here it takes three values like project, local, and user. So here if I specify project, then let's see what happens. And this time we can see this is the file that it has modified. So this time it has created this new file in the current project folder, mcp.json, and all those same settings has been put up here. So this time because it is in the project directory, so whenever we will commit these changes into Git, it will be used by other users. So that is how these settings are available for this project. So this is the project scope. And now if we want to see user level, so let me remove it again. And now instead of project, if I specify user, so here let's see where it goes. So this time we can see it has gone to that same file like inside my user folder. And if I search context 7 here this time, so we can see details are same, but this time there is no folder mentioned here. So what it means is that it is applicable for me as a user, but it is applicable for any project that I will work on. So that is how this is like user level setting. So these are the three levels. So as a best practice, I would say like we shall always use this option so that intentionally we know where we are making or installing this MCP, and accordingly we can use it or not use it or share it or not share with other users. And these are the settings I showed only for MCP. Same settings are used for MCP plugins and hooks that we will cover later on. And with this, I would say MCP, the core introduction part, it is the complete. And as we are able to use one MCP server, so these are like this is the flow of using MCP. Later on, we will also cover MCP related to GitHub, even related to JIRA and Atlassion. So there we will get more detail. But the how we can use MCP, install and uninstall all these things, the flow will be exactly same. And as we can see, so MCP server, like this is something we need to install, and then like it runs a small process into our machine. And these are always included in the context window as well. Maybe newer optimization, like I was saying, maybe they have some way to check to include or not include. But that is how MCP works. And also, like uh, creating our own MCP server, that is not that easy. So that is something like people realized. And then to solve that problem, there is like another extension capability or another concept that is very much trending now, that is called as skills. So first let's understand what is a skill. So skill basically like that core definition is like as we know, right? Skill, it means like if I have skill for running, for swimming, like that, we are giving some skill to Claude Code. So skill, that means like we teaching Claude how to do something. It is as simple as that. And skill part, how come it is like very simple is that to to create a skill or to use it, it doesn't run it as a program or like install something into our machine. It is simplified like as a simple some folder structure and some standard file names. So this piece we will understand more when we create our own skill also and use something from the marketplace. But it is very simple because we just need to create some folder and files. That's it. And the core features of skill are that these are very easy to make and share with others. These focus more on our team's own process and methodology. So although like we can have the same thing as MCP server and skill, but the focus on skill, it is more of the things that we want to do in our own project. Let's say I want to review the code in some very standard way. I want to run some process after doing something, or let's say I want to follow some very specific steps while doing something. So those repeatable steps, we can create a skill for that. So those are the kind of use cases that are fit into a skill. And there is a, like I would say, big overlapping as well, that we will clarify at the end, like which one to go for when. And these are, like I was saying, it is very lightweight and these are only loaded when relevant. This is the highlighting point of skills. So not everything fills the context window. Skills are loaded on demand, and that part also we will understand more, like how on demand it is loaded. And these are like very very portable, so these works across Codex, Gemini and others also. So this piece is same as MCP server. So everything, like now it is industry standard, so everybody's supporting it, so we can use them in any coding agent. So now as we have understood this, so now instead of like getting some skill and doing it, this time we will start by creating our own skill, because it is very easy and understanding that way it will make more sense. So let's go ahead and create our first skill. So now I'm back in VS Code, and to create a skill also we will not create on our own. We will ask Claude only to create it for us. So we will say like I want to create a skill for this project for demo purpose, and we will say, oh, I press enter by mistake, let me stop it. Maybe this prompt, let me type it in a notepad. So let's say we can say demo purpose, this skill shall be able to format a JSON. So we will create a simple skill which takes a JSON file which is not formatted, and it can format it in a readable or proper way. So which is able to format a JSON file which is not formatted. And I think, yes, that's it. Let's try with this simple prompt if it is able to do that. So now let me provide this prompt here. Now it is asking to create a folder, so I will allow making it directories. And now it is creating the file, so we will allow it. And with that, it is saying like the skill, it is ready now. So where exactly it is created is that within this .claude folder, there is a new folder created, skills. So this is very standard format, and within this skills there can be multiple folders, and one currently there is only one folder which is format JSON. So for each and every skill there is a separate folder, and within that folder we have multiple things. Currently there is one, only one, we will see others. So this is a standard name like skill.md. So if we have this file name, and this file name will contain the skill what we want to do with this. And this skill.md, it also has a very standard structure like a name and a description, so that Claude can understand what this is for. And after that, like these are the kind of instructions which are there, what it shall do to format that skill. It includes some command as well which it can run. So that is how easily it has created this skill. So now let's go ahead and try it out. And for that, we will need a JSON file which is not formatted. So let's ask Claude to create it. So create a sample JSON, which is not formatted. And it has created this file sample.json. If we see currently, so everything it is in a single line and it is difficult to read. It is not formatted well. So now let's try to use this skill. So let's go to CLI here. We can do it from here as well, but just to confirm that it is being used by CLI as well, we will do it from here. And to use skill, we don't need to mention anything specific. We will simply say like format the sample.json file, just that. And here, if I maximize this, so it has already automatically known that it can use this skill. It has loaded that skill now, and it is asking for our permission to proceed. So I will press 1 here so that it can proceed. And now it is saying that it has formatted this file. So if we open this file again, so let me minimize this terminal. This time we can see that the JSON file, it is very well formatted. So just now we used a simple skill and created a simple skill and used it as well. So that is how easy it is to use any skill. And this file which was created, so it was the skill file, I mean. This file is also like having a standard structure. So if I right click open preview, we can see like we have this name and description, and then there is the rest of the stuff. So at runtime, how Claude is able to like load and use it is that whenever this Claude session is starting, that time it will not load everything. It will just load these lines, which has to be there in a very standard format. And from this, it will know that when I shall use this skill and what is the name of the skill. That's all. So only these things are used to fill the context window. And later on, when it realize it has to use this skill, that time when we saw here that it was loading the skill. So by loading, it meant it was loading this everything into context, and then it was able to use it. And due to this architecture, like loading only when required, so that is why it is very efficient when it comes to context. And currently this is a single file, and it can be like the real skills are when those are complex. So along with the file we can have multiple folders as well. So maybe let's try that piece as well. So maybe our skill also, it has a small piece of code which is embedded here itself. So let's ask it to like segregate this code so that we can understand like where the code is stored if in case it has to run some complex code. So we can say like enhance this skill by segregating the code or script into a separate file. So now it is creating a separate folder. So now we can see that it has created a separate folder. So now in addition to skill.md file, which is there, we have this scripts folder now, and that is where it can store the script or code that it want to run. This is for Python and this is for JavaScript. It has created automatically, and in the main skill file it is given as an instruction that for Python like run this script, and for Node run this script. So now the scripts are segregated into a separate folder. So this name of this folder scripts, this is also like followed as a very standard way. And now if I go back to our presentation, so here we that is what I was talking about, this folder structure. So just now we saw that to create any skill, we need a folder with the name of the skill. In that, there has to be a very standard file skill.md, which contains the name, description, and then after that it contains the instructions and other metadata. And other things, these are optional, these three. So currently we saw that how it can put some code in the scripts folder. Similarly, if we want to provide any reference documents, we normally put them in the folder named references. And then in the assets folder we can put any other templates or any other files that we want to provide. So although these folder names can be customized and changed, and then in skill.md we can mention where to pick up something. But this is industry standard that is followed, that these folder names and everything has to be in standard. Then only like we call it as standard skill. So now as we understand how skills work and we created our own, so now let's explore its marketplace also, and let's try the skill that is created by someone else. So for skill marketplace, we can simply search for like a skills marketplace. And then we can see again, like there are different websites which are there. They are like we can again, this is similar to MCP server. So like MCP, we have different marketplaces where we can get these skills as well. And there is official skills page as well from Anthropic, like Anthropic skills GitHub. If I search it, probably I will get it. Yes. So if I open it, so here we can see the skills. This is officially maintained by Anthropic. So these are the skills that they are using within Anthropic. And we can see there are various skills. We even have some skills related to PDF, PPT, Docs, Excel. So these are some common skills that they are using. But this one we will not be using any of these. We will explore another marketplace, that is skill.sh. This is like another marketplace which we can follow. I think I made a typo. It is skills.sh. Yes. And here also we can see there are different skills which are available. They even have a skill to find relevant skill, and it has like so much of installs as well, because finding skill, it can be tricky. So we can use a skill for finding skill as well. We have skill for front end design, grill me, agent browser. So each skill, they have a different purpose. So we are going to try out this agent browser skill. So for this one, like these are the installation instruction that they have given. So what we will do is I will copy this command from here, and I will go to VS Code and go to the command line. I will come out of Claude, and then I will run that command. And now it is coming up with some options, like which agent we want to install it to. So these are like some standard location, like dot agent cell slash skills, which are supported by all these coding agents which are there. And it is asking like specifically if we want to install for any additional coding agent that is there. So here we can see this Claude, it is already selected. We can use space to select or unselect it. It is selected, so I will press enter now. And now it is asking for the scope like I was talking about. So it is asking whether it shall do it in this project directory or it shall do global, like the user root directory. So I will select project here. And then this is some installation method. We will go with recommended method. This is just some summary. We will just go ahead. And with that, it is done immediately. So now if we go to our skills folder, so we can see like this is our format JSON skill that we had created. And in a very similar way, now we have a agent browser skill which is created. And in this skill also, there is only single file that is there, skill.md. And the commands and all they have included within this same folder or same file only. And here also we can notice if I go to the very top, it has the same structure like name and description and then some additional information. And after that, the core things are started. So if I open preview, so we can see it is very similar to the structure that we had created for format JSON. So that is how these skills are useful. So in it will like now Claude will load only this part, and then rest of the stuff it will load only when required. So now that we have installed it, let's try it out. So for that, we will launch Claude now. And I will close this right side for now. So before like trying it out, like we have this command as well, skills, where we can understand like which skills are currently there. And we can see here, like we have format JSON and we have agent browser as well. And here we can see number of tokens as well that it is currently using. If I press escape, and same thing will be there in context as well. So if we go to context, so here we can see that it is currently using 17 skills. So this is inclusive of the two custom skills that we have. Apart from custom skills, it has some inbuilt skills as well that it use, let's say, for reading file, writing file, editing file, for all those purposes. So now as we have added that agent browser skill, I have not told you like what that skill does as of now. So if we go back to the skill page, so this is what it says. It is fast persistent browser automation with session continuity across sequential agent commands. So simply like what it means is that it is we are providing capability or skill here to use a browser. So it now Claude has access to a browser. That browser is called as agent browser, and like I am opening a website and checking out things, now Claude has the ability with this skill that it can open any website and live, and then it can take screenshots, it can do navigation for testing, and then it can extract the data whatever it needs. So that is the skill we have given it. And if we want to try it out, so for browser I can ask something like, let's say, find me some uh, random restaurant names in New Delhi. So why I am mentioning random here is it is for a reason. So first let me press enter. So when I was trying earlier, I mentioned best here, best restaurant. So to find the best, it will do like so many iterations, so many things, and it will call different things again and again. So multiple iteration. To avoid that, I mentioned random so that randomly it pick any restaurant name. And currently we can see it provided the results very quickly. So right now we don't know like whether it used the skill or not, because like in Claude's internal knowledge also it will be knowing some restaurants, and I don't know, probably from there it has provided it. And that is the thing with skill and MCP also. So whenever we are trying to do something, it is not mandatory or like may not be the case that Claude will use the tools or skill that we want it to do. So if the text is relevant, it will try to use it, or most of the time it will use it. But if it is not able to figure it out, or it can miss also, so that scenario is there. So to do that, what I will do is, let's say we will say using the agent browser. So sometimes we may have to mention specifically what we want it to use. And this time we can see like it has loaded the skill and it is asking for our permission to use it. So I will press 1 here. So while working with Claude, like if things are working as expected, then fine. Otherwise, like we can mention the use thing. Like in context 7 MCP also, we can mention like use context 7 and then do this. So that is always better if we already know what shall be used. And this time we can see like it has opened some browser and it is trying to do some of the things. And this kind of browser, so we don't see it, and it is called as headless browser. So it will not show us if I click this link. So internally it is using some browser that has opened this kind of page. This page I'm opening manually just to see like what Claude is searching. But the browser that Claude is using, that browser we can't see it because it is headless. And the purpose, it is not showing us the browser, right? It is the ability for Claude, and internally it is able to do the things like without showing it in the UI to save the memory and all. That is how it is internal. And based on that search, we can see that it has provided the list of restaurants now. So these are like more up to date. It had the browser access, so it was able to use it. And this is something like it was part of the Claude's knowledge itself. From there, it had provided. And with this skill, these results are more up to date. And here we saw a very simple example of this agent browser. But in real projects, like we can use this skill to even test our front end and all. Like we, if whatever our application or web page is about, we can ask it like test all these scenarios. So it will be able to open all the pages, click the buttons, go inside, take screenshots and save into folders, and then like prepare a testing report. So all those things it can do automatically using this skill. So now I hope like the skills part, it is clear how to use them and how exactly they work. Now let's move on to the third capability that is there to extend its capabilities, that is called as plugins. So what is a plugin? So it is like a package everything into one installable bundle. So let's say if I'm a company and I want to, let's say, allow people to use my skills, MCP servers, agents, hooks, multiple things. So instead of providing each of them as separate things, I can now bundle them into a single entity. And then people can directly install that entire bundle in one go and then use it. And in that bundle, like I said, it can contain different type of entities. So that is what is a plugin. So there we can bundle lot of things into a single thing, and using a single command we can install that entire bundle and then use it. So plugin, it is like, it is not a new capability, but it is like a distribution wrapper where we can bundle multiple things into single and then provide it. And it is, everything can be installed using one command from the marketplace. And it is best for sharing like full setup with a team. If we have a like big set of skills, servers and all, then we want to share, then also we can use these plugins. And this last point, it is very important and specific. So these plugins, this is something, it is very specific to Claude Code. So these plugins, so currently there is no like, I would say, open format or open standard that same plugin can work with Codex, Gemini and other things, like skills and MCP can work with them. But these plugins, these are very specific to Claude Code and can work only with Claude Code as of now. In future probably it will change, I think, how things move in related to these AI agents and everything. But as of now it is not standard, so these plugins are very specific to Claude Code, what we use with Claude Code. And you may have guessed by now that for plugins also there are marketplaces that are available. So that is true. There are multiple marketplaces and even we can create our own. But number of marketplaces, those are limited as of now because this is something specific to Claude Code. And as of now, like we will explore the official marketplace only because there we have a lot of plugins to use. So to use plugins here again we get two options. So either if we are using this extension, so here we type this plugin, we get this manage plugins, and in here we can see the list of plugins that we can install. So we have, let's say, one for front end design, some superpowers, I don't know what it does. For code review we have, and we can see even for context 7 it is available as plugin as well. So like skills and MCP, there is overlapping with plugins as well. So there are different plugins that we can use. And if we go to marketplaces, so here we can see that official marketplace has been connected, and we can add more marketplaces as well from here if we want to. And similarly, if we want to install plugins via CLI, then here is the option. So if we launch Claude, then here also we have this command like plugins or plugin. And in here we get all these different options which are there, like discover, installed, marketplaces and errors. So discover, if I go below, so here it is showing the list of plugins that are available to be installed. And if I press space in front of any one of them, then it will be like ready to be installed. And if I go below, so we have like these different plugins that we can use. The one that we will try out now is this code simplifier. So this is a plugin like a Claude official plugin. So they have created to simplify the code which is there in any programming directory or any repository. So because like now lot of code it is generated via AI. So sometimes the code is very complex and then they don't follow like good practices. So it is a good idea uh, to like simplify our code, and for that we have this plugin. So this one, like if I press space, and below we see these options like I to install. So I will press I here so that it can go ahead and install. So this is installed now, and it is saying like run reload plugins to activate. So I will do the same. So reload plugins, it has reloaded. And now if I again like run the command plugin, so we will see the same. And if we want something else more also we can try. And if I press the right key to go to this installed, I think we can use arrow key, and I see it is clickable as well, which is good. So here we will notice that it is showing like different type of things like skill also. So MCP it is showing, uh, this plugin also it is showing that we just installed, and skills also it is showing here. So everything it will show here whatever it is. And if we go to marketplaces, so here we can see official marketplaces connected. We can see more. If we go to errors, so if there is any plugin related error, it will show it here. So these are all the options that we get. And as we already have installed the code simplifier project, sorry, the code simplifier plugin, let's try that out. So we can say like simplify the code in this project. And here we can see it has successfully loaded the skill with the name like simplify. This skill was loaded as part of the plugin that we had installed. And now it is using that. So Claude, it can still like, let's say, simplify the code by its own knowledge as well. But with this skill and this plugin, like it contains the very standard good practices which even Anthropic follows. So it will simplify the code as per those standards. And another thing that we can notice here is that now it is not only working in one thread, but currently it is running like four background processes. So four separate processes are currently running. These like one is main thread, and then it is exploring these files. Like we have this file, so it is those are exploring from different perspectives, and then it will decide how it is going to simplify the code. So let's say here it is checking like reuse, simplification, efficiency, and altitude. So these are different perspective which it is exploring in parallel. So without this skill, it won't be doing it. Maybe it would be doing also. We don't know, but this is something like very standard way it is doing currently. And now it is asking for our permission, so we will allow it. So here I had paused the video. It took some time. We can see it worked for 7 minutes and it has made all these changes. So it has applied 9 fixes. These are some perspective. It is showing what it has done. So overall, it has simplified the code. We won't go into detail like what changes it has done, but we are able to use this skill here that we installed via a plugin. So now, as we have used like all these options like MCP server, skills, and plugins, so it can be confusing like sometimes like which one to use when, which is better, which is like not good for a particular requirement. So let's see some comparison and let's understand which one we shall use when. So here if we see, so first, right, let's understand what it is. So it is MCP server, it is like a live connection to external systems. So whatever is outside cloud, it may be within our computer also, like our own directory, separate directory, those kind of things. Or it can be outside systems also, which we are connecting to APIs. But it run a like very small process, which we call a MCP server, and that helps making this connection. And skill, it is more of the instructions that we store in files and folders that it shall follow or do based on the use cases whatever we want to do. And plugin, it is kind of a bundle of all these things like MCP server, skill, hooks, and all. So it is like a bundle of other things, not a very specific, like a process of its own, or like a not a capability, it is a bundle or wrapper. And if we say best for, so if we are reaching out to any live API or a database, those kind of scenarios we shall use we shall use MCP. And if we are preparing some reusable, or we are preparing some skill, that it has to follow some very standard instruction and run some commands or something, or without commands also, let's say it has to review some of the things. So for any repeatable process, we can go with skills. And if we want to uh, like get a quick setup with as a wrapper, like where we can combine multiple things into one, then we use plugins. And this wait part, it is more important. So MCP servers, they are heavy. So when Claude is starting, it load this entirely. uh, in newer version, I keep saying they are optimizing it, but still it is heavy. Skills, like we understood, so it is very lightweight. By default, it will only load the name and description, and other things it will load only when needed. And for plugin, it varies depending on what server skills and other things that it has. And portability is another consideration. So uh, MCP server, it works wherever MCP is supported. It is not specific to Claude, not specific to coding agent. So MCP, it has grown a lot. It is a very standard protocol that is used in the industry. So wherever that protocol is supported, we can use them. So this is very portable. Skills are also very much portable. These are specific to coding agents. And this is supported by other companies also. So this is portable and we can use across coding agents. And plugin, this is something currently it is Claude Code specific, and it is not like natively portable. In future, maybe it will be once companies align on it, but currently it is Claude specific. So rule of thumb, like if we want to simplify this, it is like if we want one capability, we shall directly add it as MCP server or skill based on its availability. And if we are creating, we shall create it as a skill. And if we want more group of skills or MCP servers that we want to share with someone, or get it as a bundle, then we shall use plugin. That is how it is. And between MCP and skill, so both are fine to use, but if it is available as a skill, we shall prefer this one because it is lightweight. But if it is not available, there are a lot of things actually that are still MCP server, it is good. So then we can use it. And we are saying it heavy, but as long as we are using some limited things and project specific processes, still we can use them. So this is a comparison, and now I hope you are clear, like which one to use when. And now we are going to discuss one more capability that is there. And you must be thinking, already we have these all these options, so what more we can do? So this one, I promise it is the last one, and it is very light and simple but very useful. And after this one, we will jump to the end to end project, which is going to be very interesting. So, before I explain this capability, let me explain the scenario, like so that you are able to understand like what we can, why it is there. So now, as you are familiar, we are doing a lot of stuff with Claude Code here, and you noticed like some of the processes, those took couple of minutes also. And if we are working on some complex projects, so there, like it can take even hour or like a lot of time. So we may want to set up some kind of process. Let's say if I ask Claude to do something, I go away, and then I get some notification on my mobile, like if either the process is complete or Claude needs some input from my side. So to handle such scenarios, so one option is that like we might create it as a skill, like which can, let's say, send push notification or send email. And then we can, in the skill we can mention it, let's say whenever Claude is completed the task or whenever it need input, use this skill to send me notification. So that is technically possible, but the thing with skill is that it is not guaranteed that Claude will follow our instructions 100%. It will, it is as an instruction, so most of the time it will, but it is not like 100%, and it is not deterministic, what I mean to say. So to serve these kind of scenarios, we have this additional functionality that is called as hooks. So let's understand what is a hook. So hooks, basically, like I was saying, these are event-based triggers for deterministic rules. So if we want to define some rule that if this happens, then Claude must be doing this. So that event, those can be of different types. Let's say before we are trying to use any tool, maybe we want to run a script which can review if that tool is allowed or not. If Claude is asking for any input from our side, like a notification which says, right, like yes, no, allow, deny, those kind of thing, then if we want to do something, if we want to do after tool use or start of any process or at the end of any process. So these are the events, and then based on these events, what we want to do. So for the action piece, we have these four options. We can call a like shell script or command. We can make a like prompt. We can provide a prompt and make a call to LLM. We can call another agent to do something, or we can make an HTTP call. And all these scripts and commands, these are fired automatically based on those events. So this is not, I would say, something that Claude will decide to call or not. It is something that is there as a functionality. So whenever it happens, it definitely will call it. So it is not a request, but it is a guaranteed execution. And example, like the scenario I was explaining, so we can send an email or Slack ping when a Claude needs our input or we are done with the process. So before we had hooks, like we might still use this agents.md. There we can mention the like the rules or the instructions that do this when this happen, do this when this happens. But with these hooks, like now we have this guaranteed execution. And to do that, like it is very simple. We will check it out with the real example. But this is how like simply we define like when inside hooks, we define it is in a JSON. Like what is the event, whether it is notification, pre-tool use and all, and what is the hook that we want to do. So we can have multiple hooks as well. So here, what is the type, whether it is command or agent or HTTP prompt, all those. And then based on the option, like if it is a command, then the exact command that shall be called. So it is that simple. So now let's go ahead and create a quick hook that we can use. So now I'm back in the VS Code, and here we are not going to build the hook manually. So first, like let me tell you what we are going to build here. So what I want is, let's say if I have asked Claude to do something, then I shall get an email whenever Claude needs my input. So whenever it is showing that notification, like with some options, then I shall get an email. So that is what we are trying to do here. So for that, like one, we will need some script that can send the email, and then we can add it as a hook so that it is called whenever there is a notification. So that process also we obviously will not build automatically. So let's build it like step by step from here. And for sending the email also, because here we are building it for demo purpose, so we will not send the real email here, because there again we will need to get some SMTP API and all. So here we will create a dummy script send email, that whenever it is called, it will create another text file, let's say with some email subject and body. So that we will know like it is being called and this is what it is sending or something like that. So first, let's create that dummy script. So we will ask Claude only to create it for us. Like create a Python script named send email that does not send real email, but it creates a email.txt file with a dummy subject and email, uh, mentioning that Claude needs your input. I will use this later on as a hook for notification. So I'm telling it here like why I'm going to use it so that it can prepare in a better way. So now let it create that script for us. So let me allow these permissions, and it has created it. So this is the Python script and it has tested. This is the email body it is preparing, like to subject and like date, body, etc. So let me delete this text file, and now like let me ask it to run it, or I can also run it from here like Python, then it is send email. So if it runs, so we can see this text file has been generated. So if we see this file, we will know that this send email has been called. So now we can say like script looks good. Now create a hook in this project based on notification event. So now it has some skill like update config that it will use to create that hook. So I have allowed it. And now this is where it is adding that as a hook. So if we see, this is adding it in settings.local, so that it is only for me and only for this project, because I may want this notification. So if we notice, it is deciding automatically what is the right place to put this skill as well. So if you notice, it is simple, right? Hooks, it can have multiple hooks. This is one of the hook based on notification, and it will run a command, this Python command, whenever this notification happens by Claude. So I will allow it, and now it is saying that the hook, it is ready to be used now. And here we will see that this email has been created as part of its testing again. So let me delete this file. And now as we have allowed so many things, so I don't know like whether it will send real notification or what time it will send. So for now, let me ask it to like remove my permissions that I have provided to Claude. So maybe even before I do this, I want to show you one thing, because we are talking about permissions here. So within Claude also we have this permissions command as well, like slash permissions, and we can see like these are all the permissions that we have provided to Claude. And if we select any permission, then we have this option to delete the permission and all. So I'm coming out of this here, and if we see, so these permissions are stored in the settings.local file. So I can manually also delete from here if I want to, but I will ask it to remove for us. So these settings, if you notice, whatever we are going to allow, these are also in a local scope. So only for me, only for this project. So let's see if it is able to remove these. So here we can see it has read the same file that we were talking about. And now it is making an edit, and it has removed those permissions that I had provided. And here it has removed those permissions. And if you notice, it was careful enough to keep the important ones, or whatever, let's say, we have not allowed. So for example, this one, it need for the hook that we just created. So I will close this, and now let's try out the hook that we have created. So now we are inside Claude, and now we will ask it to do something. And if it is showing those options, then we shall be getting that email file. Then we will come to know like that is being used, and it will do the job. So let's try something simple here. We can say create a new folder named test, so that we will see that probably create directory is removed as a permission. So yes, it is asking for a permission now. And here we notice like this email.txt has been created now. So it sent this notification, and because it was a notification event at the backend, automatically it has called this script, because we created a hook, and we can assume that we have received this email. So that is how these hooks work. So here I'm going to deny this. And these hooks, like in real projects, it can be very important and play different roles, like depending on what we want to do. And here we noticed the I would say this only couple of events when it can trigger, but we have a command named hooks as well, where we can review like what all events that are there which can be used. So this also, it is like a long list. Like here if we see, so we have pre tool use, I think I clicked something. So yeah, so we have all these events. So based on each and every event, we can do something if we want to do. So this can also come really handy, and it can do like some automation as well if required. So this is all about the hooks that I wanted to talk about. And here we discussed one scenario that we are getting the notification, then it shall do it. And in Claude, like there is a way we can directly avoid any notification and directly allow Claude to do everything. So it can be dangerous to do that, but that functionality is there. If we are very sure, then we can use it. So let me tell you about that as well quickly. So let's say I will ask like tell me command to launch Claude CLI in skip all permissions mode. So there is a command, I don't recall exactly. So we will ask it to provide it for us. And the command, you will notice it is very simple, and the name itself, it says like it is dangerous. So if I paste the command, so we will notice that it is saying like launch the Claude with this option. This option is dangerously skip permissions. It is not only skip permissions, they have intentionally kept this word dangerously, so that like a user is aware we may have some risk here. And this command, it shall only be used if we are working on let's say some virtual machine or some container where we are 100% sure that we have a backup of our code, and anything that is there in the container or VM, if we lose it, there is no risk. And if we want to do something like automatically and quickly, then only we shall launch Claude with this option. Otherwise we shall definitely not use this option. And here itself, it is showing as a warning that we are bypassing any permission that can be required. So I'm not going to run here anything because this is my personal laptop. But I would say like maybe 99% Claude will not do anything dangerous. But again, this is a LLM, so there is a risk. So that is how like we shall use this command very carefully, only when it is absolutely necessary. So let me come out. And I would say this covers the things I wanted to cover about capabilities of Claude. And now, as we have understood these capabilities one by one in pieces and understand them as an individual capability, now what we will do is we will do an end to end project where we will utilize a combination of these capabilities, and so that we can understand like how these can be utilized in real kind of projects end to end. And this is what we are going to do in this end to end Claude based project. So first we will like connect our Claude with JIRA, the Atlassion JIRA, and there we will define our task like whatever we normally define in sprints. And then we will use Claude Code. We will use some skills, some MCP server, some plugins, and JIRA and GitHub we will connect here using MCP. And after that, uh, this Claude, it will be able to understand the Jira task, do the implementation using all these capabilities, and it will be able to build the app into our local system, which will have a backend, front end, some database and all. It will also include a external LLM API call as well, so that we can see how we can build AI based application, which will use like a real AI like in the project apart from just building it. And after doing the implementation and a local build, it will be able to create a pull request for us automatically into GitHub. And that's it. So we will set it up once let's say this kind of flow it is ready, Then what we will see happening is that we will ask Claude that read this task and then do the work for me and create a pull request. So it will understand the task automatically, do the changes, it will build the project, test it, and then directly it will create a pull request in GitHub so that we don't have to do anything. We will just need a final review in GitHub, and that's all. So I know it already sounds interesting. And from use case perspective, we are going to build this project for resume analyzer where we can provide our resume. We can also provide a job description and it can analyze both. And using this LLM API call, it can analyze how fit our resume is and it can provide some suggestions, some improvements as well. So that way, this project is going to be useful for us also to improve our resume. So I know now it sounds even more interesting. So let's go ahead and get started. So to start with there, we will first connect JIRA and GitHub and we will confirm the connection. Once the connections are ready, then we will start with this project stuff. So let's get started. So this time we will start from GitHub repository. We will create a blank repo and then we will start our project by like connecting with this repo. So here I'm going to click on this new here and here we need to provide a name of our repository. So I will name it as resume analyzer. Description also we can provide something. I will simply mention resume analyzer. Visibility for now I will keep it private, so that like currently it's not useful for others, right? Maybe later on I can change to public. And other options we will leave them default. We will go ahead and create this repository. And now what we will do is our blank repo, it is ready now. So we will copy this URL so that we can connect with our VS Code. Now I have opened VS Code. And now what I'm going to do is I will go to file, click on new window because we want to start a new project here. And here we will start by cloning Git repository. So I will click this icon. Here I am providing the URL that we had copied and we will say clone from this URL. And here we need to select some location, target location, where we will want to like clone this in local. So inside the same folder, this is the third project, the main project we are creating now. So let me name it as resume analyzer. And inside this, it will clone the repo. So I'm selecting this as destination. And now it is saying like, shall we open it? I will click go ahead and open it. And if you are doing it for the first time, you may get a login window. If you have not connected your GitHub, then it will take you to this browser and ask you to allow the permission that you can easily select. And then you will come here. So now we can say our blank repo, it is connected and we are in like VS Code with a blank project. So here first let's try something manual so that we know the connection it is working fine. So let's create a let's say a readme or maybe we can simply create a test.txt file. Here inside this also I'm mentioning it is a test and after that we can go to this source control and we click this. It is like we are saying that we trust this folder and after that it will be able to notice the changes which are there. So after we have cloned this is the new file we have created. This is the message we provide for any commit that we make to GitHub. So here we can say like we can say testing purpose and here we can commit it so that it will commit this change in like first it will commit locally, then we are seeing like it will publish to branch. So it will publish this main branch into GitHub. So that is complete now. If we go to GitHub back and if I refresh this here, so now we can see that test.txt, that file, it is available now. And with this, we can say that the GitHub connection, it is working fine. Repo, it is working fine. But it is not like Claude will not be able to use this. So to make Claude do some of the things here, what we will need to do is like we will need to configure configure GitHub MCP server inside Claude so that Claude is able to do all these operations like making changes, pushing the changes, creating pull request. All those we don't have to create manually. For that, we will install Claude GitHub MCP server. So let's go ahead and do that. And before we do that, we will to configure the MCP server, we have this command that we need to run. So Claude MCP add, then this is a protocol. This is like the standard URL for GitHub. And here we need to provide it authorization so that like it is connected to GitHub. And for authorization, we need to provide a access token here. So let's generate that token and then we will run this command. So I'm back in the GitHub, and to generate the token, we need to go to this section and then go to settings. And inside settings, if we scroll to the very end, we will notice this developer settings. And then we have this personal access token. So here we will use this grained token. So this is what we will create. And then we shall create this generate new token. So here it is asking me to like log in again because we are generating a token which is security related stuff. And after verifying, like we need to provide a name to our token. We can say like resume uh, analyzer token. Description we can copy paste or leave it empty. Then this is expiry date. So current by default it is 30 days. It will work for us or we can change it. A repository, it is asking whether we shall give for all public repositories or only specific. So we will select the repo that we just created because that is the one we will analyze. And we shall do this way. We shall not give to all because uh, this is like a LLM. So we shall give restricted access. And here we need to add permissions that we want to provide. So there are so many of them. So let's select some of the ones that I remember, and probably those will work fine. Maybe agent related things I will select. Code quality, I don't know. Commit related stuff, definitely we shall share. Merge related, we will select. Pull request, we will ask it to create. Security and all, we don't need. Secrets and all, we don't want. Variables, this is something generic. Webhook, workflow, these kind of things we will not use. So this part I would say I'm also not an expert currently, but I'm selecting as per my understanding. Let's see if these will work. If we get some error, we will come back and modify. But I'm scrolling slowly so that you can notice and you can also do the same if you are doing it. So I think these shall be enough. Let's select these actions also. I don't know. Okay, this will do something. And then like this access by default also it is giving read only. So it is very careful. So here we will say like read and write. And here this is something we will do for all. I hope there was some like all permissions, but I don't see it. Otherwise, we could have used that for simplicity. But this is something like we need to do one by one. Fine. So now we will generate the token. And here it is providing an overview what exactly we are creating. Then we will click generate token. And then this is the token which is generated. So I will copy from here, and it is saying also that make sure we copy it because later on like this we will not see it again. So I'm copying it, and I will suggest that you create your own token. Don't try to use mine because I would have deleted this before uploading the video. So now let me go ahead and provide the token here. And with this, our command, it is ready now. So let me copy this command. And now we will go to this VS Code and run the command. So for that, let me open the terminal. And here I am pasting the command. And it is saying like it has added that MCP server and this file has been modified. So now let's go ahead and see if the uh, it is really working or not. So let's go inside Claude here. So it will launch Claude. Yes, we trust this folder. And then here first let's check it out. So I will do /mcp. And here we can see that for GitHub, it is showing it is connected. So I will press escape here and I we will say like create a dummy readme file here and then create a pull request in Git. So let's see if it is able to do it. So now it is asking for permission. It is creating a separate branch like add dummy readme. So we will allow. And here you will see this branch has been changed now. Earlier it was main. Now this is the branch that has been changed. And this it want to create readme. So obviously we will allow. And now it is trying to do some git commit and all. So we will allow. So first time I will say like observe these things one by one so that you can notice what is happening. And that is why like I am not pressing option 2 here so that we can understand it. Now it want to push the changes. So we will allow. Now it is trying to create a pull request and it is saying done. It has created this file on this branch and then it has pushed it and opened PR1, which is the pull request. So if I press the control and then click it, let's see if it will open directly. Yes, it has opened GitHub. This is our repository and we can see this pull request here. And here like we can merge it directly or let's say we can see what commit happened there and what file has been changed. So this is a new file that it has created. And if we come back here we merge. So this is the place like where comes the human in the loop. So if we are good with this, then only we will merge this pull request. Otherwise, we can discard it or like send it back to the developer as well. So we will merge it. We can confirm the merge and done. So with this, the changes will be now there in the main branch. So if we go to the code here, and this is the main branch, we see that changes are there in the main branch. We have this README file with this dummy content now. So with this, we can see now that we are able to connect with GitHub, not only like only through VS Code, but via Claude. We are able to configure the MCP server of Git, and we will be able to create automatic pull requests going forward. So if we come back to VS Code, here like this one thing we shall keep in mind that now it has created it as a separate branch and now we are in that new branch, not in the main branch. So let's go back to the main branch. We will say like check out to main branch now so that it will switch the branch to the main branch. So it could do it automatically also, or maybe in the prompt also we can specify that after doing this check out to main branch. So now our branch is main back again. So with this, our first MCP server is ready. Now let's go ahead and configure the second MCP server, which is JIRA. And that is what like it looked more interesting to me because it was surprising what it could do. So now what we will do is to create Jira MCP server. Obviously, we need a Jira account first. So we will simply search for like Jira sign up. We will create an account. It says like try Jira for free. We will click this And in the sign up, we will select Google here. We will sign up with a Google account. We will select any account that we have. We will allow the permission. Here it is asking to provide full name. And now it is suggesting some site name. So this is the domain it is providing automatically. I'm good with that. We can change it if required. Now we are signed up. Now it is getting things ready for us. And now this looks like kind of a survey. We may select anything that we want. We want to manage tasks here. And now it will create a space for us. So we can provide any name to this space. We can change it later on as well. We can say it is like resume analyzer. This is like kind of our project name. And then we will get started. And what type of work we need, like we need a task story and all, we will leave default. These are different status, so we will leave default. Now it is saying like we can invite our team, so we will go to Jira or do this later on. Here we will accept all our cookies, and with that our main Jira dashboard it is ready. So let's go ahead and create our first task. So here we will say like this is a test testing task or anything, it doesn't matter. And it is created. This is the ID it has created, like KAN1 for this task. If I click this task, so this is like the heading or title that we provided. And we have this description also. Normally in description, like we add more details. So we can say this task is created to test MCP connection with cloud, and we will save it. So now this task it is ready, and with that we can say we have signed up our Jira part, it is ready. Now is the time that we connect it to Claude and see if Claude is able to read the things and move things around. Now I am back in Claude. So let me run the clear command so that history is clear here. And now like we will go out. I thought we can run from inside, but the command we need to run it outside. So we are outside now, and this is the command we need to run. So this is the standard command for Atlassion. So it will come up with Jira as well. So these commands I will provide them in a separate file or put them in GitHub somewhere so that you don't have to worry. So simply it is saying it is added now. But if you notice this time we did not provide any token or something. So how come it can connect to our system? So for that we will need to provide authentication. So let me launch Claude now. So now if we run the command MCP, here we will notice that it is saying like for Atlassian it needs authentication. And at the launch itself, it is saying like one MCP server needs authentication. So we will come here, then press enter, and we will click on authenticate or like press enter here. It will open this window where we can approve this request. After that, it is showing the list of permissions it will need. So we will accept this. And now the authentication it is successful. So if we come back here, we will see that authentication successful message is there. And now let's see if it is able to read the task that we just created. So we will say like tell me details of KAN1. This is the task that we created. Task from Jira. So now it is calling Galatian two times. And first time I think it will ask some permissions. I may have allowed them already. And these are the details. So it says like this is a testing task. The description is also here. So now it means it is able to connect and it is able to read our task. Now let's confirm if it can change the status of the task as well. We can say like move this task to done status. And currently it is calling Alessian. And there is one issue that is like reported by different users on the internet. This is specific to this Alessian MCP server. Sometimes the authentication it is expired or it doesn't work anymore, but it will not throw an error. So if you see like when it is calling Atlassian or doing something related to Jira and it is stuck, so that is a issue. So you will not be seeing anything. In those cases, what you need to do is like you need to authenticate it again. We will see that, but before that, we see that this task it has been moved to done. So if we come back to our Jira board, we can see the task has been automatically moved to done. And with these kind of things, we can see that now how it will look end to end. I hope you got the high level picture. And now coming back to that authentication piece. So to re-authenticate, we need to again go to MCP. Whenever it is stuck, then we shall do it. Then we shall press enter on Alessian. Then we have this option re-authenticate. So if we press enter now, it will open the same window again and ask the same thing. So let's say here I'm pressing enter. It will again ask for the same permission, and once we allow it, it will be again successful. So this is something we may have to do it again and again depending on whether the issue is there or not, but keep it in mind. And with this, I will say that from the setup perspective, both the MCP servers, we are good to go. So now let's go ahead and install some plugin here. So for that, we will open this plugin, this command, and these are the plugins which are available. And here the plugins that we are going to use. So one is this front end design. So if I press space, it will select it. If I press I, it will install it. So this one is installed. And why we are using this? Because now we have a front end and back end. For the front end, we want really good design. So internally, it will automatically like use the extensions that are related to this front end design. So now let's go again to plugin. And here there are these more plugins. Code review also we can use if required. Then there is another one I want to use, this feature dev. This one is very useful plugin. We shall probably use it in every project. So let me first install it. It is installed. And if I have to explain what this is, right? So this is official Claude plugin. It is like what Claude teams and Anthropic teams they also are using internally. And what this plugin is, it is helping Claude to do any feature development. So let's say if we want to develop any feature, for that like we get this command slash feature dev. Then if we specify what needs to be done, it will be able to do it. And this is not just a command or something like a very basic. It is all about the life cycle of the feature development. So it has the knowledge, like let's say if we are asking it to develop any new feature, so it will do some discovery. Then phase 2, like it has code base exploration. Phase 3, it will even ask some clarifying questions as well if it has to ask anything. Then architecture design wise, it will understand what it shall do and how it shall do those changes. And then it will implement it, it will do quality review, and then it will prepare a summary that will also be useful. So this is like I would say entire knowledge of Anthropic, whoever are working on Claude, how they are developing features. So that is why it is like a very good idea to use this extension. And this extension, I would say it is not light because it has all that cycle. So it will use like lot of tokens. So we shall not use for something simple. We shall use it when we are, let's say, building a kind of a new feature which require all those steps. Then we shall use that. So now our plugins are also ready. And now if I run the slash context command, so here we can see currently it is not occupied, but this is the piece. So now we can see it has access to 83 MCP tools, which are occupying like 1.8k tokens. And it has access to like 17 skills as well. And these are added using like the our MCP server, and the plugins that we have installed. So all of them are included here. And with this, I can call that our setup it is complete now. Now let's go ahead and jump into like developing the real project step by step. For that, first of all, let me clear it so that previous history is clear. And next, what we are going to do is we will create 3 tasks in Jira and then ask Claude to work on those tasks. So task one, it is going to be about like project scaffolding. We are telling like just do some basic setup of the project where front end and back end is working fine along with Gemini API. So these details I will share with you so that you can also use the same. So we have a title, a description, and a acceptance criteria. And as you might guess, so I prepared these tasks also using Claude desktop only. So I explained the requirement and then I asked it to break it down and then provide it. And in this second task, it is about like providing the functionality or developing the real feature where we can upload the resume and JD and it can provide a analysis report. And for this also we have a description and we have the acceptance criteria as well. Like you it accepts these formats, ZD input it accepts like pasted plain text, and response it shall included these score and recommendations and all, and if there is any error that also it shall show clear. And then after we have the main functionality working, then we will want to include a database where we can persist the details and then go back and check them out. So this is the our third task. So let's go ahead in Jira and create these tasks. So now I am back in Jira and let me create these one by one. So I have copied the title, I have pasted here. Looks like it is not saved. Oh, it is saved. Let me press this one. Now it is created. I will open it and then I will provide the description. So this is where I will provide the description. So first task it is created. Now let me pause the video and create the other two quickly. And now we can see that all 3 tasks has been created. So now let's go ahead include and start working on these tasks. So I'm back in the VS Code, and there is one more thing before we actually start, and that is about preparing a agents.md file. So I hope you still remember we can prepare a file to provide some core details about our project to Claude, and that file also I have prepared in advance. So this is the file. If I open preview, so here I have included a project overview, what we are going to do, the tech stack that we are going to use. So backend will be Python plus Fast API, front end will be React plus White. This is the database we will use. LLM we will use Gemini API. Why Gemini? Because it is providing a free API for trying out things. The thing is that for Claude Code, even if we have a pro subscription, so still like to use Claude via API, we need like separate credits and a separate like usage for that. So that is why like instead of creating a Claude API, we will use Gemini API, which can provide programmatic interaction with the LLM for free. It has some limits, but we can use it for free. And for file parsing, it will use these libraries. And this is the project structure. And as you might guess, even this agents.md, I prepared it using Claude only because like I so that I don't have to spend time. We can still like enhance this if required, but currently like these are the details that I got it from Claude, and I am using this file directly for now. So these are database conventions, some backend conventions, front end conventions, GitHub and PR conventions. So all these kind of standard things we shall define in a MD file. So in local, like how it shall run things, backend and front end, and then some of the things like the feature specific things we shall not put in this file. So this is the instruction. So now our file is also here. Claude at a high level, it will know automatically what this project is about. and then it will be able to like do the stuff, hopefully. So let's try out, let's see if the first thing it is able to do it for us or not. So what we will tell Claude is that, like, read the task details of KAN2 from JIRA. Then we will say complete the task and create a pull request in GitHub. So let's see how much of this flow is working end to end. So it is starting by reading the issue details from JIRA. And now it showed the command that it is reading agents.md for 1 second. It is able to do that. Now, like, it is asking some GitHub authentications or something. Let me allow it. And now it is asking a like follow up question. It is saying like it will need a Gemini API key, and we have these options like I will provide a key now, skip the live test, or type something else. So we will keep this provide a key now. So let's go ahead and generate a key. It is very easy. So simply we need to do is like we will search for Gemini API key, and then we will say like get a Gemini API key, and then like create or view a Gemini API key. And here you can see that some of them I have already created, and these are all free tier. So we will click on this create API key, and after that we can name it. Let's say it is for resume analyzer, and here is our key. So I will simply copy this, and I will go back to VS Code, and I will press enter saying that I will provide it. So in real projects, we shall like configure it in .env and say that it is there. But here this is for demo purpose, so I am providing it. So it is saying like please paste it. So I am pasting here, and now it has created these five set of tasks automatically that create some backend, front end, add some git ignore, test something locally end to end, and then commit it and create a pull request. So we will say 2 this time because we don't want this pop-up to come again and again. Now again some permission it needs, and now we can see it has started working. So some backend and front end, sorry, backend and front end folders are here. Backend looks like it is currently working. Front end it is yet to be started, and currently it is checking like whether for front end like node and npm is it there or not. So yeah, I will allow this command. And in my case, what is this? Let me press enter. Yes, in my case, like I think it is already installed because previously I was working on this kind of thing. For you, if it is not installed already, then I think it will ask us to install, or it can even provide the steps that we need to install. And because here it is already found, so we can see that in the front end also it has started creating some of the things. And I would say like I am not a front end guy. Back end still I know, but front end I don't know anything at all. And that is the power of Claude. We don't need to know all the things technically. We just need to know like how to use Claude, and it can guide us for everything. And now it is creating a, I think, Python virtual environment. And here we can see that now the backend and front end, these tasks, it has marked them as completed. And now at the backend, it want to install the requirements file, which are the libraries of Python. So I will allow. So if I expand the backend folder, so here we can see the requirements. These are all the Python libraries that it is going to use. So we don't need to like understand everything. So let's simply close it. And we can see it has created this .env file also with the API key that we had provided here. And again, I will delete this from my portal before uploading, so you shall create your own here. And here we can see it has even created a virtual environment, which is like a environment for the project that is used for running things locally. And currently it is installing those libraries. So this one takes some time. Let me pause it. And now I see some commands. I think it is trying to run front end and back end for testing purpose. So I will say yes. And now looks like it has run some of the things, and it is using this skill like Claude in Chrome. So it want to test the UI. So we will allow it. And now it has opened this Chrome and asking to add this extension here. So let's add it. Let's see what it is doing. I'm also trying it out for the first time. Uh, let's see how it works. And after installing, it is asking to authorize. And after authorization, we see this one. Looks like it is connected. If we come here, here it is asking like, shall we continue with the browser tools or we shall continue without it? Let's allow. Let's see what it has to do. Again, it is asking to create some tab. Let's allow it. Let's allow it to run. And if I come to Chrome, I see this is a new tab created. If I open this tab, I can see some front end running here. It says like a resume analyzer. This is some smoke test. So I did not open it or anything. It is automatic. If I go back here, looks like it is able to test that piece. Let's allow this thing. And with that, we can see like the testing end to end locally that is also completed. And now it is trying to create a GitHub pull request. So let's allow. Now it is committing our changes. Now it is saying like, I have committed these in this local branch. We can see this branch. And it is saying like, since pushing this, it is a shared state action. I want your explicit go ahead before creating a PR. So this is a really good thing. It is being careful and asking for specific permission. So let's simply say go ahead. And now it want to run this command. So let's allow. Now it is saying like pull request has been created. And now it has like called Atlassion also, probably moved the tasks to in review. And this is a summary. It is saying like it has prepared the basic configuration. It is calling this specific model. It has verified live end-to-end connection, and it has this placeholder where it can be changed later on. It has pushed the changes via this branch and opened this pull request, and it has commented on this task with PR link and moved it to review. So this is something I was not expecting, but it can be surprising, like based on like task that we are asking it to do. So let's see here. If we come back to our board, we can see it is in review now, our KAN2. And if we go below, yes, it has added a comment automatically with my name saying like it has created this pull request. So let's open this URL. And here we can see like it has created a pull request with really good details. And this is only one commit that was done locally. These are all the files that has been changed. So this looks really impressive, isn't it? And it is saying like before we can merge, we have this merge conflict. This is about readme file because it was already there. So it want to know like which readme file it shall use from the new one or the old one. And here we have this option. We can either accept the current change, that means the current file in the main, we can accept incoming change or both. So we will accept incoming change because uh okay, I thought like it would take it from the new file, but looks like it didn't. Let me press back here. So let's go back again, and this time let's accept current change, and now these are the new changes, and we will say mark is resolved, and then we can complete the merge. That will complete our pull request also. So with that, the let's see. Okay, it is currently working. So yes, now there are no conflicts. I thought that will merge, but again, let's confirm the merge from here. And with that, our changes are there into our final branch. And this looks very impressive, right? So we didn't have to do anything, just accept some of the prompts and like keep an eye on them. And we can see readme file also, it has updated without even asking. These are the different languages we were able to use without even knowing them. And it has provided clear instructions as well how we can run it in our local. So first, like let's try it out running ourselves also so that we can confirm that things are working fine. So now I'm back in the VS Code, and here before we check some of the things, because we have already completed that thing I was talking about, that we are still in the feature branch. We had not specifically mentioned to check out. So let's do it now. Let's say we can say check out to main branch, and while it is doing that, we let's have a look at this readme file. So here are the instructions to run it in the local, and here we are switched to the main branch. So here it is like cd backend, then Python, activate it, and then install the libraries, and then copy this environment file, and then replace the API key. But in our local, because we were only using it, so it is like environment file and virtual environment. These things are already there. And we can also notice it was careful enough not to upload this API key automatically while creating that pull request. It put it in a git ignore file. And if we go back to our repository, so we will not find that file. Here we will find only the example file, not the real API. So that is how like careful it is internally also. So in our case, I will say like until here things are already there. And now we only need to run this piece of the command to run the backend. And we need to obviously go to the backend folder. So what I will do is from here I will open a new terminal window. And in here I will do cd backend. And then I will run the command. And here it seems to be throwing this error. So let's see what is this error. So I'm copying it. We will go back to the other terminal from here, and we will say when I run locally the command of, maybe we shall provide this command as well in backend folder, then we are seeing this ish error. Then we are getting the error, this one. So here it is saying that those changes, those were there, those exist in the uh, like this main branch only. So because we have completed the pull request in GitHub, those changes are not there in this main branch as of now. So and it also doesn't know that we have completed that pull request. So what we will do here is that these changes we will not commit, otherwise it will replace each of the thing. So if you don't know what to do, we will say like chat about it, or here we can tell it something else like I have completed the pull request manually in GitHub, so that it will guide us what shall we do in this situation. And now it will try to pull those changes from the remote repository. And now we can see that it has brought up all those changes, and the pull request also it is showing here. So now let's go back to the other terminal. Let me cancel it. Now let's try to run it again. And here it is showing like no module named Google found. That is because we are not in the virtual environment here. So that one, that is something we will need to activate it. I thought this terminal will activate when we have only backend application, then it does it automatically. So we will run this command. Now let's activate this. And looks like this is a Linux command. For Windows, it is saying we shall run this one. So let me copy that. So I know these steps these are not, some of these are not like going as expected, but that is fine because now we are able to figure out what needs to be done, and these things we encounter in real projects as well. So now our virtual environment it is activated, and the libraries those were there, those shall be already installed. But if we can run this command as well, just to confirm that everything is installed. Now, this command we will not run about this .env because we already have this file. So now let's try loading our backend. And this time, finally, there is no error. So we shall be good here. Now let's try to run our front end. So for that, we have these three commands. So let me copy the first one. And for that, again, I will open a new terminal here. So cd frontend, then npm install. So this is like kind of a build this app for the first time. And now let's run this npm dev. Now it is running. So if I do control and then click here, it is opening here in this inbuilt browser. But let me copy the URL and paste it separately. So here we can see now our front end has been loaded, and it is saying ping Gemini. If I ping it, so now it shall be connecting with the backend, and here it has returned the response, hello there, I am working. And this response it is coming from the Gemini LLM the backend which is running on Google data centers. So that is the connection we have just made and tested. And if we go back, so here we can see like the things are still running, and here we can see that an API call was made. And here I would like to share one optional thing. So this is about the backend because I have worked on the backend, so I know how to check some of the things. So I'm sharing here so that you can also know it in case you have to debug something, but it will probably not be required. So backend it is running on this particular URL. I will copy this URL and open it separately. So by default it will say not found, but if we run slash docs, then it will open the Swagger documentation. So this is provided by Fast API automatically. And we can see at the backend currently there is only one API call. If I expand this, we will see what is that API. If we try it out and execute, then it will show the result. So it is making this call. This is the URL. And then this is the response is it has received. Hello, yes, I am working. So how it works is the front end it is calling this API from backend, and when it is calling that API, then it is getting this response, and that response we are seeing it in the front end. So that is how things are working end to end. And now that we have manually also confirmed that everything is working fine end to end, so now we can say that our task one that is reviewed and it is complete now. So let me cancel here so that this front end and back end are stopped now. And now as we have reviewed it, So now if we go back here, the task that is in review, let's move it to done. With that, our real first task, it is done. And now as the basic things are working, let's now work on our second task, which is KAN3. And with this, the expectation is that now we will be able to upload the resume and run it end to end. So let's try to do this again, like a similar way. This time it will probably be more smooth because we have already done one round of like testing and everything. And this time we will use a particular command. And what is that command? It is feature dev. And if you have guessed it, so this command, it is coming as a command when we install the plugin. So like I was talking, right? So whenever we install any plugin, so it can be a server, it can be a skill, or it can be a specific command. So because this is about feature development, they provide this as a command, so that explicitly we are telling that use this plugin and perform all those steps that we had described there. And when we installed the front end design, so there we did not get any command. That is added as a skill that shall be used automatically whenever it needs to use that. So that is how these plugins work. Depending on the functionality, there are different things. So this time for task 2, why we are using it? Because now our core infra environment is ready, and now we are ready to build our first feature. So let's go ahead and ask it to do the same thing. Let's say we can say, like, read the JIRA task KAN-3. Then we can say, implement the changes and create a pull request in GitHub. That's it. Let's see this time how much end to end it is able to work. But this time, because we are using this plugin command, so we are expecting it will be doing more stuff, and it will be more careful and more detailed when it will go for feature implementation. So now, as expected, it is first calling the Atlassian to understand what is the task, and now it is trying to understand the existing structure. So it is reading those files currently, and now it is asking like some clarifying questions that was expected, because that comes up with that feature dev flow. So it is saying that agents.md describes SQLite, but it is not there in the acceptance criteria of this. So shall it do it or not? So we can see it is really using agents.md, and it is asking what it shall do. So for this task, we will skip it because that is what we have planned for the next one. So I will press 2 here. And these are the different clarifying questions it has come up with this structure. So this was about DB persistence. Now it is front end UI. It says like there was a smoke test which has a ping Gemini button. So should we resume it or replace with the live uh, alongside it? So we can say we replace it because that was only for testing. Now it is asking for the score format of the output. So it is saying what format should fitment score in the API response and UI. Shall it be numeric or tier label like this, or label like strong fit or something like that? Maybe we will go for numeric plus tier. So let's go one. It is saying file size limit for the resume. So normally resumes are very small, but we can still go ahead with, let's say, 10 MB. And after clarifying everything, we can see it is asking for submitting our answer. So I will press 1. So that is, I would say, an interesting and additional feature that is coming with that feature dev plugin. It is understanding the code base, then it is asking the clarifying questions, then it will design the architecture wise how exactly things shall fit, then it will develop it, test it, and then provide us the complete feature. And now it has come up with a plan what it is going to do. So it has this plan, like backend it will do this, front end it will do this. No DB, can it go ahead? We will say yes, go ahead. And now we can see it has created these list of tasks that it is going to create. So it will work on this probably one by one. Let's wait and see. So now the backend task complete. Now the second backend task complete. Now it is asking permission to install the PyPDF library. So let's allow. And while it is doing that, so now we will get that feeling of using hooks, right? So sometimes it will run for a couple of minutes. We have to just sit and wait. Sometimes after some minutes, it will ask for some input. So that is where if I go somewhere and I come back, it is not guaranteed that it will be complete. That is where if we configure hooks, we get the notification. We can see that Claude needs something. We can come back, provide it. So that is the use case of hooks also that we can integrate and use here. And we can see backend tasks are complete. Now it is working on the front end part. And now development tasks are complete. It is it want to test it locally. So we will allow it. And now we can see like it is trying to do some testing. It is calling the uh, backend API. It is passing some resume automatically that it has created temporarily, some job description. I think it is keeping empty. So this kind of testing it is doing automatically so that we don't have to test each and every scenario. And now it has completed the testing of backend. It is now starting to work in the front end testing, and I had paused the video for few seconds or minutes. There I could see it is creating its own resume in PDF, creating own job description, sending the details and testing it. And for this front end testing, it is probably using this Chrome. So if I go to my Chrome and if I see the front end, so I can see like this kind of front end it has opened and it is doing the testing automatically. We will not change anything here. So if we go back here, it is again asking for some permission. So when we are working on this any project newly, so initially we will see that it will be asking for lot of permissions. Uh, those are good only because we can review each and everything. But after some time, if once we accept like the important ones, and we say like don't ask again, then we will not get those pop-ups again and again. So now I'm pausing the video in between because it is doing lot of testing. We can see like testing part, it is continuing since 7 minutes. It is doing like lot of different testing. So I will pause again and let it continue. And finally, it seems to be done. So it is trying to create a pull request now, like working on the final task. And finally, it is done. So these are the things it is saying it has implemented. And next steps it is saying like somebody shall review the this merge 3, and then we will be able to like work on the SQLite persistence and all. So first let's check out this pull request, and for now we will go ahead and directly merge it. Hopefully it is working fine, and it is done. With that, changes are now in our main branch. So let's go back. We can say I have reviewed and completed the pull request. Now, yeah, first let's do this only. Then probably we can test it on our own and then we can check out to the main branch. This time let's do the testing first here itself. Or looks like based on this comment, it is already pulled the changes into main. We are now back into the main branch, but that is fine. We are good with this. So now, let's try running the same thing on our side again so that we can also see how it is working. So I will open the other terminal that we had closed. We are in backend. We can open it again from these steps if we have closed these terminals. So if I press up, we will see get the command. And with that, the backend is running now. Let me go to the front end terminal, and now let me press the up command. So let it run, and now it is running. Let me copy this URL and let me open it in Chrome. So we can see the UI is very basic. Even though we had provided it the front end design skill, it definitely did not use them. We can ask it to use it separately, but that is the thing with skill. If it has some skill, it may or may not use that. So here it is expecting a resume to be uploaded, and here it is expecting a JD to be provided. So let me provide a resume that I have prepared again using Claude Code only. I have prepared some sample resume. So if I go there, so this is the resume we are going to use. And for ZD, let me paste it manually here. So here I am pasting a very detailed job description. It is about like senior data engineer. It contains details about company, about the role, responsibilities, what qualification, preferred qualification, and what we offer. And the resume that I just uploaded. So this is the resume I generated. It is also some basic one with some random details here and there. So now let's go ahead and click on analyze. And it is saying like resume files appears to be empty. So looks like it is not able to use that. So let me select this file, and now let me click analyze. And again it is saying like this is empty, and that is the thing with the AI, right? So even if uh, it has specified some things, but like still we can see it is not working. So let's go ahead and ask like Claude to fix that. So let's go to VS Code, and I'm stopping the backend, stopping the backend and front end both. And we can say here that I tested in my local when I upload resume and uh, provide JD on click of analyze, it is saying this thing like it appears to be empty. We will let it analyze and fix the issue for us. Now it is asking a clarifying question: what file did we upload? So we uploaded a real PDF resume. So I will select option 1, and now it is trying to install the PDF plumber library. So we will allow it. And now it is saying like it has switched the PDF extraction part from PyPDF to PDF plumber. It thought the issue was that because it was unable to decode some character or text. So now let's go ahead and try it on our own. So this is running. Now our front end is running. Let me go back here. Let me reload this. Currently, no file is chosen. So let me upload the resume. Let me provide the ZD here. And this time it is saying analyze at least. And this time again it is throwing this error. It says like resume files appear to be empty. If this is a PDF, if it may be scanned image, not selectable text. Let me confirm that. Honestly, I didn't check this much in detail. So this is our resume. And yes, it is right. I'm not able to select this text. So looks like when I generated this PDF using Claude, so it generated this as an image, not as a like a PDF file where we can select the text. So let me get another PDF generated quickly. So now I had paused this video recording, and then I have converted that image into a PDF file. So this is the same resume, just in another format. So let me try it again. So we are back in our application. Let me upload this new resume this time. Let me provide the job description and let it analyze. And this time it is working fine finally. So we can see it gave a score of 68, which it says like what are the missing keywords, what are the main skill gaps, what are some phrasing suggestion within our resume. So with this, the core feature it is working. But as we can see, the UI there, I can say I'm not impressed. It is very basic, even though we had given it the front end design skill. So what we will do is before proceeding further, let's try to use that skill. So let me uh, put Control C. Let me stop the front end as well. I'm back in the Claude now. I will say the UI is very basic. Use the front end design skill and make it good looking and better visuals. Let's see how much it is able to improve automatically. So it will again take some time. So I'm going to pause the recording. And this time we can see it has already started using the skill. So hopefully we will get a good front end design. So let's wait and see. So now it has completed its job. It took 12 minutes to do it. So hopefully the design will be good. And it has created a pull request automatically without even asking. So, but before completing that, let's confirm if things are working or how does our new UI looks like. So I'm going to the other tab and let me start the backend. Let me start the front end. Now let's go ahead and check. Let's see how the front end design skill is working. So this is the new page. Looks lot better than previous one. And I think given the options in UI, it is still looking elegant and professional. And it has provided like some more details as well what this is about. So let's choose our file and it is highlighted kind of thing. Let me paste the job description. The text boxes seems like better now. We have this scroll option and all, and it is resizable. These kind of things are there, and it has renamed it to measure fit. So let's measure it. Oh, this is also nice. We see this good progress bar as well now. And now we can see this is the real, I would say, UI experience that we shall be expecting. We have the scale, the score, these keywords are also highlighted in a different way. So now as we can see how that skill can be useful. If we would have to specify all these things through a prompt or something, it would take a lot of time. But just using that skill, it has created very professional, clean and elegant UI. So as things are working good, so let's go ahead and complete this pull request. So let me stop this backend and front end. And let's see if this can also merge the request for us. It is providing it as a suggestion already. So I will just press tab and let it do. And now it is trying to merge the pull request. So let's allow it. And now it is saying merged and main is up to date with the PDF this fix and redesigned UI. So this is also good. Now I didn't even have to go to there to complete the pull request. The branch also again it created a feature branch and now we are back in main branch. So everything it is able to take care. And before we work on the third task, so let's check out our context because we have been running a lot of stuff now. So if I scroll above, you can see even after working this much, we have only this much context filled. So still, it's a small project for Claude, and it is not occupying a lot of context here. Or there could be another case where it could have done compacting automatically. I don't know, but as we can see, context window it has lot of free space still. And one more thing we will do before we like start the next task, that is renaming this session. So as a best practice, we shall like give a good name to a session, and for the next task we will start a new session, so that like it will free up the context, and this information, it is not that much required for the next task. So we will like run this rename, and then we will give it a name. So we can say like for now that analyzer task with UI. We can give it any name. Just I'm putting something randomly. It has renamed it. So now I will come out of Claude so that we can start a new session. And if we want to start the same session later on, we can run this resume command, so that if we want to work something on the UI, that kind of thing, so that it will pick up that entire context and that information again. But now we will start something new here. So let's launch Claude again, and let's work on our final task. And this time also we will use feature dev, because this is a feature that we will be adding. I pressed enter without mentioning the feature, and it is saying I am ready. So this time let me like mention it again. Oh, after enter I thought it will select it and show it here, but it is not doing that. Let me try one more time. This time let me click it. Yeah, this time it is staying here. So now let's ask it that uh, get details of KAN 4. That is our fourth, not for third task that is there. We can say implement it and create a pull request in GitHub. Same thing, just another feature that we are going to develop. So as we work more and more on this, it will be becoming more and more smooth, because it will have the knowledge, and we have also allowed the necessary permissions and everything. And here it has understood the task, and then it is preparing the list of things that it has to do. Currently, it is exploring the current code base structure, and now it has come up as clarifying questions. So let's see, it is saying, uh, okay, it has these different things. So it is saying like JD text resume teams are currently, these are not stored currently anywhere except in memory. Store as it is no limit, truncate to a max length, and then store it. So for this round, we will say no limit, because anyway, we are not trying something huge. Uh, Here it is asking some same save failure handling. So we will say best effort, what is recommended. This also we will go with the recommended. It is saying list view, or like list plus click view, full report. We will say list view for now. What is recommended? This also let's go with recommended, and then finally submit the answers. And now it is showing the design for a review. So instead of reading all these three, we will say proceed. Or this time we will say like type something, because let's tell it to explicitly use the front end design skill to design front end, so that we don't have to do the same activity again. So we will say use front end design skill for the uh, front end updates. So now it is looking into the design in more detail. It is reading the actual files. And after a few seconds or minutes, now it is actually implementing the feature. And now it is doing some testing. Implementation is probably done. And it has opened a Chrome browser. So if I go to Chrome, so we can see like it is doing something automatically. So you can see my mouse is at a different position, and this mouse like cursor, it is not from me, and some things are happening automatically in here, and that is what Claude is doing some testing automatically. So this is something like just now I noticed it is happening. So better to show here. You can see the results are coming now. We have this archive section, which will have the history data that is there in a database. And now we can see it is checking in the history as well automatically. That data is there. So this kind of testing it is doing automatically. And now it is done with the implementation. It is doing quality review, and it is saying like three review agents, which are sub agents. Those are running in parallel in the background. So it is waiting for them to be completed. And after a few minutes, it was saying like good catch. It has caught that the database leakage was there. It was not closing some connection, and it is waiting for other reviews to be completed. So looks like one is still in progress. So we can see like it is even reviewing each and everything in detail automatically without even asking, all due to the plugin that we are using. And finally, it is done with the quality review, and it is creating a pull request now. And as always, it is currently working in a separate feature branch. So now finally our feature it is completed now. It is the summary. So it has created the pull request. And now we will go ahead and test our app manually also, so that we can confirm it if it is working really good. So let me run the backend. Now let's run the front end. So this is where it is running. Let's go ahead and check it out. And as expected, we have this archive tab now. By default, there is nothing to show here. And in the main tab, let's try out comparing some resume here. Let me provide some JD as well. And here we can see like this piece is it is working the same as previously. But this is the additional piece. If we go to archive now, we can see the history is maintained. So whatever resumes we will keep comparing against various job descriptions. So here we will get this history now. And this history is coming because of the database, the third task that we have included. So you may ask like what kind of database we used and where exactly is it connecting. So here we are using SQLite database. If we go back to our code, so we will notice that this is the file created. So SQLite, it works in local. It create the database tables, everything is a file. So this resume analyzer, this is the database file that it has created. So this is how now database is also integrated, and our app it has become full stack now with front end, back end, and the database as well. So now simply what we will do is let me stop this. And now what we will do is we will go ahead and we will say like merge this pull request. So pull request it is merged now. Changes are there in the final branch, and it is asking automatically shall it move the task to done. So we can say yes, transition it to done. It will close the task for us. So with that, I would say this project wise we are good. I hope you got really like a nice project experience here, and you are able to understand how things are working. And when you are trying, you might get a slight different UI, slight different experience. But overall, the flow of working will be this only. And now we know that how to work with Claude. Let's revisit some of the best practices so that you follow them properly when you work. So first one is like use a project context file. So spend good amount of time in creating your agents.md or claude.md file. This is very, very important because it is part of each and every session, each and every prompt. So if we put good details here, we will have to spend less time on other things later on. And keep MCP servers lean because they fill more context. So we shall use whatever we need. And if we have options between MCP and skills, we shall go for skills. And scope tasks clearly. This is a generic one. So whatever task we are providing to Claude, it shall be clear, concise, and what it is expected to do. The output also we can mention what we are expecting. And we shall use like plugins and skills for reuse. Skills are very lightweight. Plugins are something like a wrapper of skills, MCP, and more things. But we saw plugins how powerful those can be. So let's use them properly whenever required. And we shall always review before merging any ticket. We shall trust AI generated PR like any teammate, but we shall read the diff. We shall review the changes. Human in the loop we shall do, because we saw, right, like AI generated code, tested code, but same thing, it is not working when we test it. So that is where human in the loop, it is very mandatory. And then the next one is like never hard code secrets. So secrets shall never be part of the code, because AI is reading all our files. So it has to be in .env kind of files, so that so that the AI will by default will not read those secrets, and it will not be pushed to GitHub also. So that is the practice we shall follow. And there is one more best practice that we must follow, that is like, if you watch a good quality video, you shall put a like, put a good comment, so that the creator is aware that his efforts were worth putting that. So I hope you will follow that as well. So now, looking at our roadmap, we started by understanding some Cloud basics. Then we understood all these interfaces like Cloud Desktop, Code Extension, Cloud CLI. After that, we understood how we can extend its capabilities using MCP servers, skills, plugins, and hooks. And then we did a full stack project end to end, all using Cloud. We created tasks in Jira. We saw how Claude is able to do everything end to end, and then just deliver the final output, that also directly in GitHub. So, having learned all these things, now I can say that we have become an expert. And I would say, like, we will become real expert when we do more and more practice. We use all these things hands on. Then, like, you will be able to catch up more, and this will become part of your day to day life. And after some time, all these things will be on your fingertips, and you will be able to work on all these skills quickly. So go ahead, try these out, and let me know like how these are working out for you, or if you are stuck somewhere, put it in the comments. So that's all I wanted to teach here. I hope you like this video. So take care, bye bye, happy learning.